Welcome back. Last we left off, this is session 7 of Crown of Brambles. We are very, very close to actually breaching through into the double digits, after which point we can kind of consider this campaign out of its infancy and into sort of the main stream plot line as it would be considered in most most campaigns tend to kind of like kick off into the main plot around the double digit point.
We're still alive.
You're still alive. Last session, a bomb went off, and you guys managed marginally to survive an encounter with a greater Skivardi, a member of the Skivardi genus of monstrosities, which you had yet to encounter, as you did encounter it in the last session, coming to realize it was the alpha predator of the sort of Skivardi nest that you were tasked with handling. Quickly discovered it to be a threat that was possibly out of your realm of expertise. And with some quick thinking and no small amount of bravery, the crew relented to Caius's explosive idea, which managed in one swift blow to dispatch said foe, leaving the smoldering crater, melted snow, a half completely sublimated Skivardi, and a lot of sort of ash in its wake. And yet, Caius remained alive. Not healthy, but alive. And one member of your crew, that being Lumia, caught wind of this being an intervention of the divine. A gaze cast downwards from above by a deity, spotting Caius's act of valor in battle and gifting a small miracle. That, of course, being the bomb, because oil should not have done that. We resume now, after the party has begun licking their wounds and recuperating from the fight. The other goblins that were part of this Silver Skivardi nest have either fled or been slain, and have left their spoils in the back half of their cavern, ready and waiting for you guys to take them. So what we're going to go ahead and do is I'm going to describe to you guys what you find in the back of the cavern, and we're going to do a very brief RP of the 1 hour rest that you guys take in the back of this cavern. You can obviously spend more than an hour if you want. If you want to spend a full 8 hours, you can, because as far as I understand, this was sort of like the end of the day's travel when you actually reached this point anyway, so now would not be a terrible time to take a long rest. As long as you felt confident that none of the fleeing combatants are going to return. Let me turn down my music real quick. Jesus.
Wait, sorry, well, I thought we were halfway through a day.
Either way, it's up to you guys what you want to do. So I'm going to go ahead and tell you what is in the back of the cavern. First and foremost, I'm going to go through the sort of mechanically important items. There are a bunch of crates that are sort of open and strewn out here. I'd like, while I describe this, I would like for everybody to make investigation checks while I tell you what items you get. And save your investigation checks, the numbers that you roll, so that way I can give you more information afterwards. So first and foremost, you spot that there are 2 rune stones that are on the ground. One of them is a very obviously empty runestone with no etchings upon it, and another one is a very simple +1 weapon rune. Now you guys can, over the course of a short rest, apply this weapon rune to a weapon. The rune itself will be destroyed in the process, but you will move the rune to a weapon of your choice. The empty runestone can sort of do that in reverse, where you sort of treat it like a sponge that soaks up an enchantment that is currently on a weapon and can then move it to a different weapon or armor or what have you. So +1 weapon rune and an empty runestone. There is also a set of hand wraps that already have a +1 weapon rune on them. Now, hand wraps apply the +1 bonus to damage and attack values to all unarmed strikes and attempts to grapple or shove. Then we also have a set of plate mail, which I am going to say will require a short rest or an identify spell in order to properly identify, as well as a short bow, which will similarly require a rest or an identify spell in order to identify. And lastly, there are 2 potions, which are easily identified as potions of healing, and a ring, which will require an identify or short rest. The potions themselves are the common variety of healing potions, so they heal 2d4 plus 2 to whoever ingests them. I don't believe we've encountered potions yet in the campaign, but to imbibe a potion on your turn is either an action or a bonus action, but to give a potion to another creature is a full action, so keep that in mind. Now, with all that having been said, I will gladly put all of this information into the Discord if you guys give me a moment, but what did everybody get on their investigation checks?
I'm not even. Man, shut up, Harvey.
Oh.
I got a 1.
Beautiful.
What?
Trixie's just on it.
I'm helping.
And unidentified armor and unidentified.
Well, I
short
put it
bow.
in there.
Oh, huh?
Yours looks better. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, I mean, you're cringe. I'm not saying you're cringe. I'm saying that mine doesn't look better. So, what did everybody get on investigation checks? I know Kaya's got a 1, but what else did everybody else get?
I got an 11.
11. Okay.
9.
9.
Mogs, despite a -1, actually managed to pull off a 16.
16. Mogs. So Mogs and Harvey managed to pick this up. It looks less like these crates were being unpacked, like they had been stolen off of a caravan and then like they were breaking into the loot, and more like they were being packed up, like they were putting things into crates. Which strikes you as odd because you don't know why they would be doing that. But the second thing that you spot, Mogs, you specifically managed to spot this, is you spot a pair of initials that is on a shipment label. It's the only piece of information that would identify where these might be going to, and it is simply labeled GL. As far as you can tell, they were moving items out of here, not into here.
Oh, this crate wished me good luck.
Also, in addition to the items that you guys receive, I'm about to give you a shit ton of money. I'm just going to copy this and put it into the group chat before actually reading out how much this is. Yes, PP, I know, very funny. You have 291 copper pieces, 122 silver pieces, 54 gold pieces, and 6 platinum pieces. Just so that way everyone's aware, every one silver is 10 copper, every 1 gold is 10 silver, and every 1 platinum is 10 gold. So if you just start adding zeros at the end of things, you'll start getting sort of an approximation of how much money this actually is.
Gotcha. And that's total in the cave.
That is the entire cave's worth of money that you guys have acquired in this big pile here, on top of all these magic items.
We're gonna
Gotcha.
divvy this up, huh?
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
also the matter of party pots being relatively typical, where if there's something that you collectively agree you should all purchase to benefit the party as a whole, you can pull from the party pot and your personal sort of like money piles. Most parties do tend to have a party pot, so now would be a good time to sort of discuss maybe putting your smaller denominations like copper and silver pieces into party pots and then distributing the larger ones to each of you individually. It's up to you guys, what you want to do, but there's no bag of holding in the cavern or bag of holding that you guys have acquired as of yet, so carrying around what is functionally almost 500 pieces of individual denominations of currency is going to start getting very heavy very quickly.
Lord.
Anyways, that's
I'd
what
like
you
to
guys
make.
find.
I'd like to roll and make a direct deposit into my bank.
Yeah, sure. Roll 2d20. Roll with disadvantage. If you get a nat 20 on both of them, you disapparate them into your bank.
I saw
that 10.
I saw a 10. I was like, oh my god.
I got scared for a minute.
That's scary. Yeah, your money just disappears, and you realize you don't have a bank account. Cool. Yeah.
And
so
it's gone.
now that you guys have actually like found what loot is in the cavern, I'm gonna go ahead and say you have been able to take a short rest. So any hit dice that you guys want to roll, any features that you have that would return at the end of a short rest, you can do. This isn't something that you had to take an hour for. This is just a consequence of the time that you spent in the cavern looking through all of these items. The day is yours. What would you like to do?
I have 3 health, so I would like to maybe sit down.
Yeah, spend some
second.
hit dice, if you so desire. You can get 2 of your hit dice back on a long rest, so there's no reason for you not to at least spend 2 of them here to try and heal up. You'll add your Constitution modifier to each die that you roll. Since you're a rogue, you'll roll a d8 plus your Constitution modifier and regain that amount of health. You can do that up to 3 times since you are level 3.
I'm gonna roll 2.
Hell yeah. And you'll add Constitution modifier for each die, so whatever your
It's a
con mod is, double.
Solid number.
So 13
Alright, so
plus
9,
what's your bonus to Constitution?
1.
1, so that would be 15 health, bringing you all the way up to 18.
Let's go.
Beautiful.
So healthy.
Nice. You could take a few hits.
No, I can't. I really can't.
So, as this hour is being spent here, Mogs, you said you rolled a 16 on your investigation check, correct?
Correct.
There is something that you spot here that is sort of tucked away into a corner of the cavern. It looks as though it's something that perhaps was not intentionally slain by the, denizens of the cavern, or was intentionally slain and simply forgotten about. And it's not even necessarily something that, is readily apparent to most of the other party members, but there is a rather sizable corpse of a monster that is in the cavern. It's, again, tucked away into a dark corner, so it's hard to see. But it looks like the corpse of a spider monster. Some sort of, arachnid, 8-legged monstrosity. Very obviously somewhat desiccated at this point, but its exoskeleton has remained completely intact, and every sort of, element of the mechanical function of said monster kind of remains intact.
I think the rest of you will hear Mogs kind of do a gasp. And is just kind of frozen in place, just staring.
What is it, girl?
You guys,
What do you see?
do spot the same thing that Mogs used.
What was that?
Shut up, dude. I wasn't ready. Oh man.
I see potential.
What are you looking at? I think I'd probably go toward Mogs to
Yeah,
try
you
to
follow the
spot what's happening.
sight line. It's not something that you can see by standing anywhere except for where Mogs is. So you kind of get to where Mogs is, crouched down a little bit. And what would Lumia's immediate reaction to seeing a dead giant spider be?
I would definitely be shrieking and probably drawing my weapon because I don't know if it's dead or not.
True. Do you do so? I presume once you get to eye level with where Mogs is looking, you
Yeah,
do
holy
see
shit.
it. Holy shit, quote unquote, from Lumia.
Wait. No. It's okay. It's okay.
Is everything okay? I'm just peeking in from the entrance of the cave. Caius never entered.
And it's like she didn't jump in front of you and face you because she's her eyes are still kind of locked onto it, but she kind of held a hand out to show you that it was okay. She's like, No, yeah, it's dead, all right. That's a dead spider.
Oh, good. Why are we staring at it?
Caius, I want this.
Uh,
You help?
Caius walks in.
It does look a
and-
little too heavy, even though it is like a desiccated corpse. It looks a little too heavy for Mogs to like move out.
Gotcha. So, Caius comes in next to Mogs, like, you really want this?
Yeah,
Like the whole thing, or just parts of it?
the whole thing.
Okay. So, I guess Caius will go ahead and like grab it by the legs and start like hoisting it over his shoulder.
Okay, yeah, sick. It's not like it's not very brittle. It's actually holding its shape pretty well. Almost like the immediate sort of like easiest way for you to lift this thing up and to move it is almost by using its sort of curled up legs as handles and wrapping one of them like a backpack handle through your sort of like onto your shoulder.
Oh yeah, then like I'll go ahead and like take two of the legs and curl it around over my shoulder like a backpack.
Easy as pie. It is honestly, it's not like comfortable because you know that's a dead spider, but you can take it outside.
What exactly do you plan on doing with this thing, Mogs?
I'm not entirely sure yet.
So just off of your own whim, like you just want to bring this with me.
I need it.
But you're not exactly sure for what yet.
I'll get there.
All right, I guess.
And you in particular, but also the others have noticed that, like, Mogs has a tendency to kind of stay by Lumia's side, but while you are moving the spider, she stays by your side. And is just kind of like continually like distracted by it, just like looking, and she's like chewing on one of her talons and just like lost in thought.
Can I ask why you're always so intrigued with these monsters? Like this isn't the first time. Like when I first met you with the Lashira, you were also quite intrigued with that one.
They're just magical?
And now I am out of my depth.
That's not quite right. They're special.
It's dead.
Yeah.
I guess. So are you just carrying this all the way back where? Are you just all the way back to town? Or just, are you going to do something
Once
with
you
it
move
here?
back up with the caravan, they will have like wagons that you can sort of like put it
Okay.
onto.
Gotcha.
Just with us.
Right. Okay.
And she's, if you set it down, she's like fiddling with it and like
Yeah.
moving its limbs and.
Yeah, I'm pretty much
damn
just dragging it out of the cave.
Awesome. Yeah, so you guys get all of the loot from this place. I'm assuming that you guys do end up taking everything that you find in here, correct? As the, Road Warden contract states that you are entitled to you are entitled to
There, mute your fucking phone.
You're
thought I
entitled
did.
to any of the loot that you manage to acquire as a consequence of any official jobs that you're taking, with exceptions of whatever is actually put into the job description. And nothing was put in this job description about trying to recover these goods, which are technically stolen, to their rightful owners. So you guys are the rightful owners of everything in here.
I feel like a pirate.
I will say that the identification of these goods are going to require checks at the end of short rests or an identify spell in order to discover what it is that they do. You can also identify things over the course of long rests, spending, instead of your 2 hours on watch, spending maybe an hour or even 2 of them trying to identify one or more of these items instead. It is entirely up to you guys how you want to go about it, as there are 3 unidentified items that are amongst the pile. But I will go ahead and ask, with the items that you have identified, those being the potions of healing, the empty runestone, the +1 weapon rune, and the +1 hand wraps, who would like to take each of these things? How do you want to distribute them?
Oh, I was gonna be like, Kai's
I
gonna.
think it goes without saying who I put the hand wraps here for.
Yeah, of course, no doubt.
Like
But,
this is Belle, like coming down through the clouds, going like, take these.
The way I was gonna say it is like the clothing of mending I have on is the is the only thing that came back, but the wraps that were on Caius's arms are gone after that big explosion. So he's gonna like go ahead and wrap him back up. But like as he's wrapping him back up, there's like you can tell on his skin there's like a larger like tattoo that goes all the way down to his hand. And his hands are a different color than his actual skin tone.
Yeah. The act of wrapping these hand wraps around your hands, you can physically feel the weight that these hand wraps have on your fist. You ball your fist, your knuckles crack, you can feel sort of like this will make Knuckles less likely to be injured upon striking an opponent. This will make your grip stronger. These are magically imbued, very simple magical enhancements which will directly impact your ability to thwart your foes.
Yeah, as Kai's finished wrapping it up, it's like he notices a difference but doesn't understand it because they're just hand wraps. Why do they feel much more sturdier than what he had on before?
Yeah. Now, hand wraps, as far as I understand, are not actual items that exist in 5th edition, so just put +1 hand wraps in your inventory, and that'll be that. Now, the +1 weapon rune can be applied to any weapon, so you guys don't need to make a decision on where you want to put that immediately. You have time. But who do you want to give these potions to? You got 2 potions of healing. Now I will make a note to all of you that imbibing it yourself, again, can be a bonus action, but applying it, giving it to someone else would be a full action. So if you go unconscious, someone can run up to you, grab a potion off of your belt, and feed it to you.
Can I throw it like Baldur's Gate?
Unfortunately, that would require an insane level of accuracy.
Like a splash potion?
I will say that if you can manage to throw the potion in such a way, uncorked, where the potion lands in their mouth and doesn't shatter their teeth and then immediately drains into their gullet, then yes, because these are supposed to be imbibed.
What if it theoretically shatters their teeth, but then fixes it because of the healing?
Oh, chemical healing doesn't work the same way magical healing does. Their teeth are gone.
That's fair.
Because you'll throw it to Caius, and you'll manage to do it, and Caius will be like, "Thank you, Harvey."
My god.
As people start talking about the gear, that will kind of shake Mogs' attention a little bit, and she'll come over and start ritual casting Identify.
Hell yeah.
I'll keep an eye on the spider.
Her eyes do wander to it more than normally she would, while throwing her like the ring around and batting at it and twisting it and all that kind of stuff, chewing on it. But her focus has now been split in 2 areas of interest.
Okay.
And she's trying her best to juggle them.
I'm not gonna yank a chain about this. If you're ritual casting Identify, what I'm going to do is behind the screen, I'm going to roll some checks to basically give you, not like all the information, you're gonna get the information no matter what, but basically these are secret checks to determine if these items are cursed, whether or not you learn that they are cursed. So give me a moment, I'm gonna roll, what is your bonus to Arcana and Religion?
Religion, they are both the same, -1.
-1. All right, so there's that one, and then there's that one. There's that one. You rolled amazing, just FYI. So which one do you want to know first?
Let's go with the armor.
The armor. So, the armor is called the Plate of Knights Fellowship. It is first off, it is a set of plate armor, which is the highest value armor in the game, while it is mundane. It is also enchanted plate armor. It is a set of silver and gold plate armor. It never tarnishes. While wearing the armor, you can use a bonus action to summon the spirit of a warrior to your aid. The spirit's corporeal form manifests in an unoccupied space of your choice within 30 feet of you, and it uses the Night stat block. I will pull that up so that way you know what the Night can do. The spirit disappears when it drops to 0 hit points or after 1 minute, whichever comes first. The spirit is an ally to you and your companions. In combat, it shares your initiative count, but takes its turn immediately after yours. It obeys your commands with no action required by you, and if you don't issue... If you don't issue it any commands, the spirit takes the dodge action and uses its movement to avoid danger. Once you use this bonus action, it cannot be used again until the next dawn. So if you give me a moment, I'm going to pull up the Night stat block.
God.
The Knight is a challenge rating 3 creature. It has 18 armor, 52 hit points, and a movement speed of 30 feet. It has +4 to Constitution and +2 to Wisdom saves. It has the Brave feature, advantage on saving throws against being frightened. It can make up to 2 melee attacks per turn using its Greatsword, which has a +5 to hit and does 2d6 +3 slashing damage when it hits. It also has a Heavy Crossbow, which only has a +2 to hit and only does a d10 piercing damage when it hits. But it also has 2 special abilities. A reaction called Parry, which it can use when it would be hit against a melee attack to increase its armor class by 2, and a special action called Leadership. For 1 minute, the Knight can utter a special command or warning whenever a non-hostile creature that it can see within 30 feet of it makes an attack roll or a saving throw. That creature can add a d4 to its roll, provided it can hear and understand the Knight. A creature can benefit only from 1 leadership die at a time, and the effect ends if the Knight is incapacitated. Before you ask, this does stack with things like Bless. So if you have Bless and you have the Knight active with its leadership ability, you will be adding 2d4 to your attack rolls. Yes, that is as insane as it sounds.
A little bit of drool just left my mouth, I'm not gonna lie.
So,
Mine too, but it was unrelated.
Boss, this is some heavy armor, and you can summon a ghost dude with it a day, I guess.
A ghost dude.
Oh, this armor is beautiful, but nowhere near as beautiful as the armor that you gifted me with, my sweet modified armor.
as it so happens, you have an empty runestone. You could either remove this special enchantment from this armor and put it onto the armor you already have, or take the +1 enchantment off of your armor and put it onto this one. Now, I will note, you have chainmail, and this is plate armor. Chainmail has a 16 armor class flat, and this has an 18 armor class flat.
Like Mogs is upgrading your new armor.
Can I?
Well, I don't want to take the empty runes except somebody wants it. Like, I really don't. I think everyone else should split literally everything else that it left here. I don't take it if somebody can use it.
Well, would you like to know what the other items do before you make a decision on what you want to do with the empty runestone?
Also, for reference, Mogs has a empty runestone already.
Yep.
Oh.
Because I rolled really well when I worked on your armor.
Insanely well when they worked on your armor.
So, I guess we should hear what the rest of the stuff is.
What would you like to know next, Mogs?
Let's do the short bow.
The short bow. So, this normally is meant to be a long sword, but for our purposes, it is a short bow. So keep that in mind.
That was confusing.
If there's any weird length, the item, so most magic items that are named have a specific weapon it's meant to be attached to. But because we're using runestones the way that we're using them, runestones don't exist in 5th edition. But we're porting runestones in from a different system to make sort of like enchanting armor more interesting. And as a consequence, things can be on different weapons. So with that having been said, this is called a Shatter Spike. It requires attunement. It has a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls. If it hits an object, and I know that the wording there implies the weapon itself has to hit, but because this is a short bow, it is the projectile fired from the weapon that must hit. If it hits an object, the hit is automatically a critical hit. and can deal bludgeoning or slashing damage to the object, your choice.
I just had a little bit of a roll.
Further, damage from non-magical sources cannot harm or damage this weapon. So if you are, for instance, if you come into contact with something that could break or sunder your weapons, this short bow is immune to that as long as it is non-magical. So no one can take your bow and break it. So very simply, it's a plus one.
Like literally,
What do you mean
like if Caius were to like take it and try to snap it like a branch.
Unless they explicitly used something that would magically break something, they cannot break it.
Okay.
And I know that they just received the hand wraps, but the hand wraps wouldn't count. The hand wraps wouldn't classify. It would need to be something that is explicitly intended to break magic items using magic itself. So something like, if someone were to run up here and use like a really powerful dispel magic on this, yeah, that would work.
Okay.
But the Shatter Spike, very simply, is a +1 weapon that automatically crits objects.
I love it.
Harvey, this bow is a bow.
Well, thank you very much. I like the look of it.
And lastly,
It's
sorry.
regular stuff better, I guess. There you go.
Thank you.
She continues to like not be like she's still distracted, like isn't looking at you when she hands it to you. Same for Lumia.
I'm going to take a look at the wording of one of your class features real quick. Okay. We're going to, specifically for the purposes of the Shatter Spike, change one word of your sneak attack.
Okay.
Or not change, but add a word. It says once per turn you can deal an extra 1d6 damage to one creature you hit with an attack if you have advantage on the roll. I'm going to change that to you can do 1d6 extra damage to one creature or object that you hit. So if you trigger sneak attack against an object, it is an automatic crit, which means that you will be doubling your damage against it, effectively, including sneak attack damage. Because the way it's worded right now, you would do a d6 damage critting, and it's like, whoopee, but because sneak attack is also added onto that, right now it would be 3d6 double.
That chair never saw it coming.
Yeah.
Basically, yes. If Harvey had an inclination to test it, the woods with the trees around would be a perfect opportunity to do so, but we can return to that in a moment if you wish.
Okay. Quick question again, I'm sorry.
What's up?
About the hand wraps, you said grapple and shove.
Yeah, it'd get +1 to attack rolls and damage rolls with unarmed attacks, as well as +1 to grapple and +1 to shove.
Gotcha, alrighty. Thank you.
Of course. And lastly, we have the ring.
Do you want me to guess what it is?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it a ring of detect magic?
It is not.
I guess what it is?
Oh.
Sure.
Is it a ring of feather falling?
It is not.
Damn it.
He had mentioned that
Wink,
one
wink,
long
wink,
ago.
elbow.
Okay, yeah, so let's identify the ring.
So it is, I'm going to read to you what it does before I'm going to tell you its name, so that way you guys can't look it up ahead of time, because I think that it is fucking hysterical. First off, it requires attunement, so it takes one of your 3 attunement slots. If you are reduced to 0 hit points while you are attuned to this ring, you instantly die.
Oh.
It's called a band of loyalty, and they are typically favored by spies who cannot afford to fall into enemy hands. Now, I'm going to tell you straight up that I did not put this here because it is a magic item you will use. I put it here because it is a plot device.
I just got nervous. I just got so nervous.
Puts the ring on.
Literally.
So the funny part is if you just put it on, nothing happens, but if you put it on and spend the full time to attune to it, if you get reduced to 0 hit points, you are magically instantly killed.
I just want to look at it and kick my feet.
Wait, you said if you fall unconscious with it?
If you're reduced to 0 hit points, which normally would knock player characters unconscious, you instantly die. It's called a band of loyalty.
This
Okay.
one's a ring of death.
Why
That
would
sounds
anybody?
right.
Why would anybody want to just leave that there? Well, who would actually want to wear that? Is more so the question.
Me
Just happened.
climbs up to the top of the cave, wears the ring, jumps, just dead.
Oh my god.
Let's test it out, see if it works.
Oh my gosh.
Not if you're not attuned to it.
Valid.
So Harvey just goes unconscious. Just put like crunch just in a heap.
I mean, that's the best case scenario. That if it works as intended, I'd be dead.
Well, now you don't know if it works. I'm fucking okay. Anyways, that is the ring. That is the band of loyalty. If you'll give me a moment, I'm gonna update.
What is this?
The item list.
Yeah.
Was there anything like other miscellaneous stuff in the cave, or was it just explicitly what we have discussed?
I'm going to say for our purposes, this is it.
I don't remember what was the bow called.
The Shatter Spike.
Shadow Spike. Cool. So
It was-
So the loot altogether, +1 weapon rune, an empty runestone, 2 potions of healing, +1 hand wraps, a plate of Knight's Fellowship, a Shatter Spike as a short bow, and a band of loyalty.
I think Mogs is going to look over the corpses, I guess, and she's looking for metals, scrap metal,
Yeah, I mean they got like
armor.
Definitely. I mean, you're fine. The armor that they had on was like leather armor, but they've got like little bits of scrap metal, like sort of sewn in. And the weapons that they were using, some of them were clubs, but some of them had like
a sword.
pieces. Yeah, like a rusty broadsword or short sword or something like that. You definitely have enough metal to do what you want to do.
I was about to say, Kaius kind of sees Mogs running around. Is let me know if you need help.
Really quickly, I'm so sorry, just because I want to make sure that I do this, because Lumia keeps forgetting. But
What's up, Cameron?
I am gonna walk over to Harvey, and with his consent, I would like to place my hand on his feathery cheek and say, "Be careful," as I suffuse his skin with a warm, glowing light to cast Vigilant Blessing on him.
Oh yeah, Vigilant Blessing is, remind me again, I believe the thing that gives advantage on initiative.
Sure does.
Oh yeah. If there's anyone who can take advantage, no pun intended, of advantage, it would be whoever has the highest bonus to initiative to make sure that they get real high up in the totem pole.
Is that me?
That's definitely you.
It should be. Alrighty.
So, with Mogs sort of collecting scrap metal and stuff of that nature throughout the cavern, I'm going to go ahead and ask you, Fen, how long do you think Mogs will spend on the project that she is working on? Would she relent if the party requested that they start on their way, and then you can resume once you make camp?
As long as she has finished collecting the metal.
I would say it takes you maybe like 10 minutes to do it, so yeah, you definitely have.
Yep.
Hell yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and put this out to you guys. Obviously, the plan was for you guys to go meet up with the caravan. Do you want to set out on your way back that direction?
Yeah, I feel like that would be the smart thing to do.
Okay. How does Harvey and Lumia feel about that?
So if I'm remembering where we were on the map right, we could probably get like halfway to the bridge before we have to rest.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and TLDR it. No need to make any checks or anything like that. It's just gonna be you'll get halfway there, and then in the sort of like close to noon the next day, you'll meet with them. You'll find them at the bridge.
Yeah, that's good.
Hell yeah. So you guys set about on your way. The travel on the way back being what many people would consider the more difficult part of a journey, and your journey is arguably not even halfway done because you still have a full more than a week's worth of travel with the caravan down to Zalam. So you've got a ways to go, but you get halfway to the bridge, and then you bed down for the night. You get, there's a small clearing, and you guys manage to break the sort of wind chill that you guys have been dealing with this whole time. I'm going to go ahead and ask for everybody here to make survival checks for me. This doesn't relate to your ability to, like, set up camp or anything. This is just for flavor stuff.
Gotcha.
Morning guide me.
Oh, yeah. We're nailing it today. Okay, all right. So let's go ahead and go down the list. Bear, what'd you get?
17.
Fen, what'd you get?
10.
10, awesome. Jinxie, what'd you get?
8.
Haru, what'd you get?
14.
14? Okay. As long as somebody rolled above a 10, this would have been succeeded. Unfortunately, Jinxie, you are distracted by something. Probably the fact that Bear is carrying a desiccated giant spider corpse along with all of the loot you guys just acquired. It's maybe a little distracting. You just like side eye glance at it every once in a while, just like making sure it's not moving, and then you continue on. You're like 100% sure that it's dead, but then you glance at it anyways and just be like, am I sure that it's dead? Like, I need to be sure.
This has got his legs wrapped over my shoulders while the other legs are kind of dragging along.
What are you about to feed me?
Chili sauce, bacon, cheese fries.
Okay. Oh wow, just a
Hi, Minnie.
It's Money.
Hi, Minnie.
It's money.
Shut up.
Oh,
Everybody says
God.
Hi.
Wow. the war cry. The war cry. The wife war cry. She's like, what? Love you, wife. Anyways, those of you who rolled above a 10, there is a surprising lack of wind tonight. And I would say Mogs and Harvey are keenly aware of what this means in Serendipitous.
Mogs rolled a 4. Mogs is looking at the leaves.
I thought Mogs rolled a 14.
Muzzle the 10.
I rolled a 4 and got a 10. I have +6 in
Jesus.
survival.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so still, I'm going to say that Mogs and Harvey, because they lived in Serendipitous, are aware of the literal calm before the storm. That what ends up happening is you will end up getting a full day or night of wonderful weather with no problems, and then the next day, 2 days, 3 days will be a horrendous storm of some variety. You get that same feeling here. It's kind of like how Floridians say, like, oh, I know a storm's coming. You're like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's like, my bones are aching. It's like, what?
I can smell the rain.
I can smell the rain. It's one of those sorts of deals. You guys have
So
just
real.
lived here long enough to understand that that's what's happening. Caius, you have to rely much more on what I would say to any other person would be sort of like scientific inquiry, sort of like an equivalent of that. But you definitely don't. You're just like, you've experienced storms before in Faowen because you are on the coast. A lot of hurricanes would roll through and kind of, rip up the jungle. You get the same sense on the wind that's not here. It's like, something's amiss. Something's going to happen. So, you guys gauge that it's probably not going to be immediate, but sometime tomorrow you should expect the weather to get pretty severe.
I have a feeling that our journey won't be as leisurely as we might have thought.
Lumia distracted by the spider
Just looking at
corpse,
the
like,
spider,
yeah,
making sure. Uh-huh.
you don't say.
Did it just twitch?
No, it's dead, Lumia. It's okay.
Caius
Look at it. I hold it out.
Yeah, Caius accidentally jostles it, makes it look like it's still alive. But yeah, you guys bed down for the night. You get campfire roaring. You get your tents and bedrolls set up and are ready to go for the evening's rest. I am going to kick it over to Mogs, but I'm going to ask everybody else a question after Fen kind of says their pieces to, what everybody else is hearing over there. And you know what? I'm going to ask this. I'm going to make this mechanical, make sure that everybody, agrees or disagrees as a player to what's about to happen. I'm not going to give any downside to anybody for doing this unless they voluntarily wish to receive a downside for doing it. Mogs is about to do some shit over the night. They're gonna do some wacky, wild, zany shit. Flavor-wise, there's definitely going to be something going on, and maybe you guys will be exhausted at the beginning of the next day. But mechanics-wise, I am not going to enforce the exhaustion condition on you or anyone else. You meaning Fen or anyone else for doing so. So remember that mechanics, I'm not going to punish you, but for flavor, I will, allow you to say, yeah, I stayed up all night, therefore I'm exhausted. So does anybody want to know what Mogs is doing over the course of the night and thus stay up or get up in the middle of the night and interrupt their rest to peer out? Or do you guys just want to sleep soundly? Let's take like roll call. Let's say like Bear. What do you want to do? Because Mogs is going to be making noise, tinkering, doing shit.
The survivalist in Caius would probably keep him up, especially if there's noise being made constantly throughout the night.
Okay.
So he would be up.
Beautiful. Lumia, Jinxie.
Yeah, Mogs is my buddy. I feel like I am naturally attuned to her comings and goings, so I would naturally be awake trying to see what on earth she's doing.
And the potential for the funniest response now that they are the last comedy coming in 3 is Haru. How do you?
I would like to. I'll probably watch 2.
Okay.
But I want to fall asleep halfway through.
Okay. Just like fall asleep along.
Yeah,
just
some TV.
Hell yeah. Sure. So, Fen, I will let you take it away. I'm gonna go ahead and say that you guys are, prepping to bed down for the night, and Mogs has volunteered for the first watch, but what they're actually doing is definitely not watching, as you come to find out maybe 30 minutes into your guys' long rest, as you start hearing like tung, 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 like some noise just starts happening.
Yeah, are other people taking watches, or are we all just being awake?
I would say that like you had plans for people to take watches, but after a point, Caius gets up, Lumia gets up, Harvey gets up. It's like, oh, well, we might as well just stay up. So no need to worry.
I am the entertainment. Okay. I had kind of separated this out in case people were doing shifts, so that I could have like you see this part and you see this part and you see this part. But so yeah, the Mogs over the long course of the night without any rest is just kind of possessed with this creator's urge that is fueling her. Like you would think that she was on super caffeine. Not even a hint of tiredness on her. She's lays out the spider, she lays out all the metals, she repositions them and is like finding different areas and like what would fit into which lengths of the legs and stuff like that. So, and then once she has this like your mechanical breakout, essentially, where it's the spider all splayed out and then there's bits kind of surrounding it in specific areas along it. The first phase, she's takes her wrench and starts not fully dissecting, but just getting into the spider. Is opening up holes, is hollowing some stuff out, leaving some stuff in, and strangely removes the core that she's so proud of, so happy of, from her wrench and places it inside the spider. The second phase, then she starts she actually starts putting on the little pieces of metal and is like massaging and pushing, and some of them you see go in. She takes her tools and flattens some of them. She bends some stuff that you think that she shouldn't be able to just bend with her hands, but she does. And it goes on, and for being bits of scrap and rusty metal, like as she works it, somehow it starts looking, for lack of a better term, clean, prepared, useful, as it starts
It
to...
looks like metal that should have been worked in a forge.
Yeah. And it starts to take form as sort of like an armor plating onto the spider, to the point where as she continues to progress, some of the limbs start to look like they're not even spider limbs anymore. They look like they are mechanical. Then after that, in the kind of final phase as she's getting towards the finishing, she takes her shield, lays it on the ground, and using her wrench, shatters it into pieces.
I think at that noise, Kaiser erupts from his tent.
That is a 100% deafeningly loud, echoing across the landscape, like just the loudest thing you've ever heard. Like, Harvey, you were dead asleep, and you're like, I'm up.
So Kai's like erupts from his tent. Well, what the hell was that?
And in some inconceivable way, when she breaks it, it's not like it breaks into jagged shards, it breaks into functional pieces, like plates. And which she then uses to kind of finish the coating over the rest of the body, and then uses some of that additionally, plus some of the other materials that are left over. She finishes with the spider, and now that the core is no longer part of her wrench, she retools it and is using some sticks from around that she's taken off of trees, and some rocks that, after she works on them, don't look like rocks anymore, and it's very strange. But the wrench grows significantly larger to what would still be, for the rest of you, probably a one-handed, like, mace kind of weapon, but becomes, for her size, a two-handed weapon. Very large for her. And then towards the end, as she kind of finishes up, she really realizes for the first time in the night that you've all been watching her.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, Lumia has been very attentive. Caius came out partway through. Harvey maybe fell asleep partway through, woke up, fell asleep again. But largely, the party has been bearing witness to this.
And so at this point, is Harvey asleep?
I would say, yeah.
That shit definitely woke me up.
I mean, that was a little while ago now, but sure, yeah, that's fair. That should go. Oh. Sorry, was that loud?
Oh,
Mogs,
no, you're fine.
what the hell are you making?
I have someone for you to meet.
Oh.
And then
Kai's eyes squint very hard because he's like, what do you mean?
and she'll kind of put her hands on either side of the spider's head, or it doesn't look as much like a spider anymore. It is still spider-like.
It has the legs, and maybe like part of the body, but it definitely, I would say, like the fangs, maybe the like super beady eyes, the giant. What's the butt of the spider called? I don't remember what it's called.
The
Thorax?
The thorax, yeah. Maybe some of that has been altered in some functional way to where it's easier for Mogs to use and a lot less like, this is a terrifying monstrosity.
the hot part.
But like,
You see Caius rear a hand back with a fist.
but it doesn't look as monstrous anymore. Now it looks more like a construct, like you might think of it as a strangely designed golem.
Yeah, wait,
Of sorts.
Caius, don't hit this. Let her finish.
I've never seen anything like this before.
And it will. I guess this is
You sort of tell you
Belle.
what, you sort of notice that like you did place the monster core in, but you actually see the slot that you created to embed the monster core in. The monster core has, you know, there was a lot of work that you did after you put the core in. The core has shifted slightly, so you might need to like give it a little whack to get the core in place to really activate your golem.
So she like, oh, hang on, picks up her wrench and just whang.
Immediately, the legs that were splayed out, you know, to be functionally worked on and to be able to be modified and molded, you actually see the legs kind of like start to move slightly, and it looks almost like its body is stretching. And you hear a noise emit from the creature as though it were a voice. You hear this like...
And Mogs is like bouncing, like not off the ground, but just like the up and down motion. It's like,
it brings one of its legs up to its... How would you describe its like head and or face? Does it have a head or face, or is it just like body and legs?
so it does, but they are disproportionate to. So I know the rest of folks haven't seen the Haru's art yet, but it is actually closer to being like a kind of daddy long legs in stature.
Okay.
It's a much smaller body with much more leg.
So you see it takes one of its very long legs and like one of the front ones, and it comes up to where its head is, and it almost like scratches its head, and then starts to try to right itself. It looks maybe mildly horrifying because it's this gigantic 8-legged, long, spindly legs kind of like scampering to get itself to its feet, but it manages to get itself to its feet and then kind of like hunkers down and starts to look around. And it's like it moves with the grace of like a newborn giraffe. It seriously is like stumbling over itself every time it tries to turn. Like one of its legs gets caught in one of its other legs, and it like falls over to one side. It doesn't seem to care. But then it continues to turn. It's looking up at everything. It looks at the fire. It looks at Mogs. It looks at Caius. It looks at Lumia. It looks at all of you, and it's
And
almost
Mogs-
expressive.
Mogs is absolutely like doting parenting it, being like, "Oh yeah, you got this. You can do it. It's okay. Take your time. You're good."
Caius
It
looks
looks to Mogs. Well, real quick, it looks to Mogs as Mogs is like parenting it effectively, and it almost seems to start to get excited, like being encouraged to like look at things, and it starts to take its stance with all 8 of its legs, with all of its arachnid legs, planted in the ground, and starts to move its body up and down like it's bouncing. It seems just excited to be here.
Such a good girl.
I think
Everyone?
just looking at Caius and looking at it and looking at Caius.
Wait, is it
Literally
doing,
hard,
it's
yes.
doing the same thing, right?
Yeah, literally.
Okay, cool.
Caius, just say the word Lumia and it'll be gone.
No, I think this is
What is
a
this
new
thing?
friend to Mom.
Is it a spider?
And she'll turn and like, everyone, this is Webagale.
Webagale?
Yeah.
It hears the name repeated by Caius, and then it points at itself with its front leg.
Webagale.
Looks, and then it nods.
This is Lumia. She's our boss. She's very kind, and she's got very good magic. And this is Caius. He's very strong, but he's... And she like does the one hand to the side of her mouth towards Webagale, like, but he's also a little bit of a hothead, so be careful with that.
Immediately looks at Kai's head.
And this is Harvey.
Is staring staring directly at Harvey so intensely.
How's it going?
He's a bird.
I don't understand anything that's happening here.
It starts doing the stick bug thing again when it hears it's a bird.
Huh.
I want to get real low, like the Marge Simpson meme, and do it back.
it vibes, and then you hear it go, Harvey.
Why is it speaking?
Harvey, very good.
Oh no.
Caius
Such a good girl.
looks up at Caius and goes, Caius.
Yes.
Yeah, Caius, yep.
Looks at Lumia and goes, boss.
Exactly. And she's just clapping.
Mogs, is this
and-
thing safe?
It looks at Mogs and tilts its head.
What's up, Webby?
Mom?
Oh.
Sure.
Okay.
I've never had a kid before.
It starts to explore its surroundings immediately. It goes up to the fire, maybe gets a little too close, but it has a metal body, so it doesn't matter. And then it like approaches. It starts to approach like Caius's tent and just goes inside.
What is it doing? Get it out! Get it out of there now!
Oh, boy.
Webby, we asked for permission.
Okay. It comes out. Caius,
What? What? Why am
Permission.
I speaking to? What is this?
permission.
She wants to know what's in your tent.
My belongings. What do you want with my stuff?
Permission.
No.
Oh.
It's
I want. Caius is like really shook up right now. He's never seen anything like this.
Puts hands on hips. Uncle Caius, you be nice.
You shut the hell up, Harvey. You come deal with this.
It looks to you, Harvey, and goes, permission?
Yes.
Yay! it doesn't like mess with anything. It just goes in and looks at everything that's in your tent and just like examines it and then walks around and comes back out after a couple moments.
Webby.
Yeah.
Do you know how to do the thing?
The thing.
Yeah.
Remind me, the DM.
The combine.
Oh! It goes, yeah. And it doesn't know the like manner of the order of operations that you want for combining. So it kind of just like holds itself up on its back two legs and gets to a full like massive stature. It looks terrifying.
And Mogs has her arms raised up and she goes, uppies.
It grabs you with a couple of its legs and attaches you.
That is so scary.
And you
Would you
all
like me to-
see Mogs' new form.
Whoa.
And
do you want
yes,
me to,
you
get
can swap it
the?
around.
Yeah. Give me a
So
second.
is it like on your? It's on your back like a backpack then?
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's part of why I was mentioning earlier. It's like, okay. And there is the now. Do you want me to make it small as well?
No, because
Or you're right. Yeah, that's
the
right, that's
spider is as we didn't actually clarify it. So it is a very large spider, but it is medium size. So it's similar to human size.
Oh, that's sick. You updated your little mini as well. That's sick.
Yeah.
Really cool.
So, what you guys functionally have is a new party member. This is one of Mogs' class features, is a Steel Defender. Wonderful flavor from Fen, I must admit.
That
Good job,
was
Ben. That was fun.
that was kind of sick. I wasn't sure what to expect.
With
Kaius doesn't trust it. I promise you, he doesn't.
with Mogs like in tow, it starts to on the like the back two legs do the stick bug thing again, and Mogs, you are like jostled side to side, like
So how when Mogs is standing up with this, how tall is Mogs now?
Approximately human height.
Yeah, probably
Okay.
like could, if extended tall enough, like see eye to eye with Caius.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Yeah, it gives her a lot of flexibility. Me see if I can find.
So just so that way everybody is clear on what the mechanics of what is going on here, of what's happening here are. Mogs is mounting the Steel Defender. They're being treated as a mounted combatant. Mounted combat in 5th edition is a little like it's a little fucky. I'm not gonna lie to you. There's 2 different types of mounted combat rules. There's mounted combat for mounts that you can directly control, which this would normally fall under. And then there is mounted combat rules for mounts that you do not control that are independent. So that would be something like if you are what it's normally supposed to be is it's normally supposed to be a controlled mount is a mount that does not have sentience, so like a horse or a donkey or something like that. And non-controlled mount is a mount that does have sentience, so that would be like a griffin, a pegasus, a dragon, a wyvern. Creatures that can think for themselves, have their own interests, and will do their own things, whether you're riding them or not. This is both, because it is a sentient creature with a level of intelligence that would normally make it an uncontrolled mount, but it is a creature that is directly controlled according to mechanical class features by Mogs. So what I'm allowing Fen to do is to determine whether or not it is being an uncontrolled mount or a controlled mount at the beginning of each initiative round. So initiative is going to start over, and Fen will determine, or we'll say at the start of your turn, Fen will be like, do you want this to be controlled or uncontrolled? The differences being that uncontrolled mounts get their whole turn, but controlled mounts are really really limited on what they can do. But an uncontrolled mount would be, worse off in the initiative for Fen to kind of manipulate it, whereas a controlled mount would be better off because now it's functionally just that Fen has a massive movement and a bunch of other things. So if there is ever a point in time where something would move creatures, specifically if something were to target Mogs and attempt to move them, they could be dismounted and it will separate Mogs from their Steel Defender.
Okay.
Flavor-wise, Mogs is currently attached to, and this creature is attached to them. But mechanics-wise, the way in which mounted combat is always treated is you are in a saddle on a horse. Always. So something hits Mogs really hard, knocks Mogs off of the, in air quotation marks, saddle. They are separated from their Steel Defender. So I'll let you guys keep that in mind.
Oh,
Gotcha.
good to know.
And in roleplay wise, Webby can be doing her own thing and be separated from Mogs as 2 different entities. But I just have the model.
I figure it would probably be easy enough to just use the model that we are currently displaying here to represent Webby when, something were to happen to separate you, and then we'll go back to your original model for Mogs to represent them separately. I know it'll look a little weird because there'll be 2 Mogs on the battlefield, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I tried so many different ways of getting Hero Forge to let me make just like a mech spider, but I could not figure out a way.
This will work. This will definitely work.
You deal with what you got.
Yeah. There's also, very technically some other weird technicalities that I don't think we're going to interact with, where the creature of Webby is a 5x5x5 creature, which means that Mogs, you are technically 5 feet off the ground at all times. The only mechanic that I am going to interact with on that, which is something that you would have interacted with anyways, is if you get knocked off of Webby, you are prone. I'm not going to have you take damage or anything like that. So, no need to worry about it.
Be 2.5 feet high, because I'm not standing on top of her.
I know, but mounted combat effectively doesn't combine you. It does say that you are on top of the creature in the spatial orientation represented by 5x5 cubes.
I follow.
Yeah, it's weird. Using cubes.
Yeah.
Whoops, I went to my starting screen. Beautiful. Very professional.
Hell yeah.
Starting soon, guys.
Hell yeah. Cool. So you guys bear witness to this over the course of the night, and you start to see the sun coming over the horizon as Mogs finishes up and Webby is kind of, out and about and moving around. There is no mechanical downside, again, but I am going to go ahead and tell you straight up that Jinxie that Lumia, Caius, and Harvey, you guys are really, 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 really tired. No mechanical condition, again. But Mogs isn't, like at all. Like, unnaturally so.
Oh.
Like, Mogs still has the full pep in her step as though she had just finished a long rest.
Well, isn't that peachy?
Wonderful.
Well, good for you.
Everybody's grumpy first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
You guys do get the benefits of a long rest. This would be the time that you guys would attune to items and stuff of that nature, as well as prepare new spells and spell slots. So, Lumia, you got to 3rd level. You didn't have any 3rd level spells prepared except for those that are granted to you by your subclass, but now you can prep 2nd level spells. And this is also the time if you want to wear that plate mail, or maybe scrub the +1 off of your current chainmail and apply it to that plate mail. Now would be the time to do it.
I think I want to do that.
Okay. Is everybody else okay with Lumia taking the plate mail?
Yep.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and pin the items just to make it easy. So instead of just putting Plate of Knight's Fellowship in your inventory, put a +1 Plate of Knight's Fellowship in your inventory, Lumia. Also, you still have your chainmail. It's no longer +1 chainmail. It is just chainmail. You can sell it to a pawn shop or a general goods store when you get to a town, which you are presumably going to soon.
Got it.
And
vigorous notes.
one other thing that I want to ask: who wants to use the +1 weapon rune? Because as far as I understand, Caius has +1 hand wraps right now, which is all they're really going to need. And Harvey just got a +1 Shatter Spike. That does
pretty good.
That does leave a potential melee weapon for Harvey, or Moggs' weapon, or one of Lumia's weapons. Now, Lumia being a full caster, they probably are a little, further down on the hierarchy for who should get, melee weapon increasing stuff. But just figured I would lay out the options as they were.
Yeah, I don't need it. You guys, it's between you.
I mean, you did just get plate mail, which is also a +1 and also has a crazy enchantment on it. I'm just gonna let you know that Plate of Knight's Fellowship is by a massive margin the most expensive item that was in that pile.
It's bonkers.
Plate mail on its own is 1,800 gold pieces.
Okay, that's insane.
If you were to purchase it. If you were to purchase it.
Yeesh.
And that's not including the enchantment that was on this plate mail.
Ugh. It's a nasty one too. It's crazy. That's crazy.
Try to hit me now.
Yeah, I will ask if there is ever a point in time during which, if you get to the end of a day and a fight hasn't broken out, if you just want to summon the knight just to see them and talk with them, I will allow that beyond the 1 minute duration if it is for flavor purposes, because the knight is a character.
Wait,
He's
really?
a dude. Yeah, they're a dude. They're a person. They're like an actual person.
Yeah.
This changes everything.
Think of it like you summoning your Jin in Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah, I was just thinking this would be another thing. I can't expose too much, but that is very cool. That is very cool.
What is Caius? I know you're flavor-wise not wearing armor, but what are you actually wearing?
Scale mail, I believe. Let me see. Where is it? There it is. Scale mail, yes.
Jinx, you're not using concentration spells, right?
I will definitely have some concentration spells. Not many. Not many.
Here's some important questions. Is Bless concentration? Is Spiritual Weapon concentration? And are Spirit Guardians concentration? Because those are three of your most
Spirit
powerful
Guardians
spells.
definitely is
Okay.
concentration.
And I seem to recall Spiritual Weapon being as well. And I know Bless
I can
is.
look. I've got it here. Just let me. I was writing this in. Give me like 1 second, and I will.
Spirit Guardians is a game-changing AoE spell that clerics have access to. So once you hit 5th level, you'll definitely be needing to succeed on some concentration checks.
So
Yeah.
if I take the +1 weapon and use it on myself, that will free up one of my infusion slots.
Mm-hmm.
So I can either put Mind Sharpener on Jinx's suit of armor, which was already magical. Okay, so I could, on Caius's armor, I could add armor of magical strength.
Okay.
What's your int bonus? Is it 0?
Mine? Yeah, mine is 0.
Okay, so the first half wouldn't matter, but it has 6 charges, and when you would be knocked prone, you can use your reaction, spend 1 charge, and not get knocked prone.
What?
I would say
That's
that also applies to falling from a great height, because that does knock you prone. So you could fall from a great height and land on your feet.
And you get 1d6 charges every morning. Recharging up to 6.
Oh, okay.
Artificers are fucking awesome.
That's kind of crazy.
I'm also
Yeah.
going to go ahead and state this for the record, that you guys did just get an intake of a lot of money, and you now have an entire suit of armor that you guys are carrying around. It is incredibly cumbersome, and if you guys get any more like items, I will start applying penalties to your movement speeds in overworld travel and in combat.
Here we go. We gotta be over encumbered.
Pretty much. Over encumbrance is going to become a thing very, very quickly,
It's so
unless
fast
you
travel,
guys
though, right?
manage to find. And it's not even so much as saying that it is like heavy. It is, but it's more just like, where do you put a suit of chainmail armor which is intended to cover you from head to toe when you're not wearing it? Do you just stuff that in a bag? Well, you have all your other stuff in your bag, so
We're
where do you
asking
carry
valid questions.
it? So keep that in mind.
I just
it
put it
would
on
be-
Caius like a hat.
the whole thing.
Yeah.
I'm saying it would behoove you guys to save up money for a bag of holding.
Gotcha.
Do you have a
Oh,
approximation how much those
Or a
are?
haversack. Of how much they are?
Mhm.
I can find out. So I use a website called Kassoon, which is largely the most accurate sort of determiner of what magic item prices would be. Let me pull up Kassoon and then go bag of holding. 500 gold.
The other thing that I could do, I have to double check when I can. Yes, okay, so I could use, since we just leveled up to 3, I could change out one of my infusions so I'm not using it as not relevant anymore. And take the magic item infusion, and I could
use it for
make
bag
a
of holding?
bag of holding.
I mean, if you were willing to do that, I think that would save you 500 gold, which in this sort of immediate part of the adventure is a lot of money.
But that would be then doing that instead of the strength for Caius.
Yeah. I would rather the party not be over encumbered.
I sense that you guys have poor experiences with over encumbrance.
Oh,
you
yes.
have no idea.
Too many people dumping random shit into other people's inventories, maybe?
Fallout
Oh, man.
76 has traumatized us.
Oh, I see.
The amount of stuff we just left out in the wild.
I just remember one of my favorite things to do when I would play Divinity 2, which is the other Larian Studios game. When I would play Divinity 2 with my friends was to collect. Well, I was the strength character, so I had the highest encumbrance rate. Collect a bunch of really heavy, like, barrels and shit in my inventory, and then in the middle of them exploring, just send them a barrel and over encumber them.
That's mean-spirited, and I'm all about it.
Yeah, it was funny. They would always be like, what's happening? Why am I over encumbered? Because it wasn't just like a barrel or anything like that. It was like a barrel in a backpack or a barrel in like a coin purse or something, so it blended into the rest of their inventory. They're like, I don't understand why I'm encumbered. And then they're like, why does this coin purse weigh 200 pounds? Anyways. Yeah, now would be the time to determine who gets that +1 weapon rune, as well as what infusions you want to have active for now.
Sounds like I'm taking the +1 rune and I'm making a bag of holding.
Everybody all right with that?
Sounds good.
Hell yeah. Okay, sounds like it. All right, so you add the +1 weapon rune, or just apply the rune to an item, which I assume will be your wrench.
It's just replacing the +1 infusion I had on it.
Cool. And then add a bag of holding to your inventory. I will say you can, of course, give this to anybody else, but it is very easy after the bag of holding is created for Lumia to effectively just dump the entirety of the chainmail into the bag. A special sort of note about how bags of holding work is that you don't need to look for the item in the bag. You simply need to either speak or think of the item you intend to retrieve from the bag when you reach your hand in, and you will acquire it. So if you so desired, Lumia, after dumping the entirety of your chainmail in there, you can sort of go like, my left and right gloves for my chainmail. You reach in and you grab your left and right gloves for your chainmail.
Okay.
It's as though it were a bag of the size the actual bag is, which is honestly not that big. You reach down, you can feel the bottom of the bag, and the chainmail gloves are right there, and then you grab them. And it's like, oh, okay, cool. I will say that if you ever turn the bag inside out, everything spills out, so be careful and mark down whatever is in here. Because eventually you guys are going to have some crazy shit, and you're going to put it all in the bag, and I'm going to do something silly and have a mage come up to you and go, dispel magic, and it'll be like, God damn it! We had like a clock tower in there!
No!
Fucking apocalypse in the middle of town square is just like 1,000 10 million ball bearings spill out because Harvey
So
was
excited.
being funny.
It was
Kicking
funny.
that wizard's ass.
Anyways, it is the morning time of the next day. You guys have all the time in the world to get to the bridge. Are you guys okay with kind of cutting to you guys meeting up with the caravan?
Yes, let's
Yeah.
do it.
Hell yes. Okay, with a new party member in tow traveling alongside you, I am going to also go ahead and say there is one other thing that I want to touch on. Harvey.
What?
Last night, you didn't sleep very well.
No, I had a terrible headache.
Yeah, you had a terrible headache. I wonder why that was.
I know.
Something feels different. Something feels very different. You're not 100% sure what feels different, but you gauge that if you were to have slept last night, you would receive answers to that.
That makes me very angry.
If you were to sleep tonight, you gauge that you will receive the answers you would have received last night. This isn't something that you missed out on. With that having been said, the sort of bleary-eyed trio that is Harvey, Lumia, and Caius set out alongside a very chipper and happy Mogs, indicating to their new construct companion all the different parts of the world, teaching them words. They pick up on things very, very, very quickly, and really kind of mimic the energy that they receive from not just Mogs, but from the whole party. So, if Caius gives kind of this hot-headed, angry energy or sort of suspicious energy, it returns it. If Lumia gives sort of this maybe kind-hearted energy, but definitely a little leery of a new companion. It returns that vibe back to Lumia. It is like it is intaking everything that it is hearing or seeing like a sponge. It is, honestly, it is like a newborn, except if it had a fully functioning brain. And it was like, yep, I'm learning now. I'm learning very quickly. So one of you curses, and it immediately just goes like, fuck! And it's like, oh no. It's gonna start saying that all the time now.
No, Webby, we save that for special occasions.
Fuck?
Yeah.
Okay. And it shelves it. And so yeah, you guys make it all the way to the bridge where you're intending to meet up with the caravan, just as the caravan reaches the end of the bridge. And you start to see, it looks like there are several wagons here. There's about 5 wagons, each of them being drawn by 2 horses. There's a couple of mules here. And frankly, the caravan is not like densely packed with people, but it is densely packed with things. It is densely packed with supplies. The obvious intent of this caravan is to offer aid to Swarvel, who was, recently attacked by monsters and suffered a large portion of its housing being destroyed and many, many casualties. So what Henst is doing is basically being like, we're in this together, let's send supplies. On top of that, there are also 5 road wardens that are new recruits, just like you guys are, but maybe a little less seasoned. They haven't seen any monstrous battles yet, that are along with the caravan. All told, I believe there are like 12 members of this caravan, and then there is also a caravan master who you do see is a vermin folk. He is a rat man. He looks like he's got like a sort of crooked sword on his belt and a shield on his back, and he kind of looks a little grumpy, a little hunched over as he marches in front of the rest of the caravan. In addition, as the caravan saddles up, your eyes kind of gravitate to the strangest amongst the caravan. It's actually strikingly difficult for you to point out or indicate to yourselves who the road wardens are in this group of people, because some of them look completely normal. You know there's supposed to be 5 road wardens here, but you only spot the caravan master and 2 other people as being out of the ordinary here. The 2 other people that you spot is you see a relatively tall, sort of high elven looking individual wearing a long fur coat with this short brimmed circular sort of like bowl hat on his head. It's like a tan hat. It looks like something that you would expect somebody to wear if they were in a desert, but he is wearing that. He has a monocle and is currently reading a book on the back of one of these wagons. He's got this like bushy mustache. He's got, let me see, I think he's got like dirty blonde hair. Being high elven, he's probably lived for a very long time, so he doesn't look old, but by the manner at which he carries himself, he probably is. And then the other individual that you spot is what looks like a frazzled, puffy, white-haired gnome who is marching alongside the caravan master, speaking with him. He has this pair of gigantic, like, seriously soda bottle bottom glasses that make his eyeballs look huge, and a shit ton of like random stuff on what looks like a belt that is around his waist, as well as a bandolier that is across his chest. Just by looking at it, you can see like a pen, a notebook, magnifying glass, some calipers, a dagger, all sorts of different stuff that is just on his person. But aside from that, most of these people look a little haggard. This might be their first time out of Henst ever. This might be their first time out of, traveling through the snowy wasteland that is the northern edge of this continent. But they meet up with you, and the caravan master explicitly sort of waves to you all and sort of hearkens you to come over to him.
2 things real quick.
Yeah.
First, I used my inspiration power last fight. Do I have the same one, or do we re-roll? How does that work?
I'm supposed to roll for you, but that's a lot of work, so I'm gonna let you re-roll. You just have to tell me what it is, now. Like, tell me what it is when you roll it.
How do I...
Let me pull it up again to get the actual, like... What did I name it? Inspiration. Okay. Yeah, I'd like for everybody to roll a d20, ignoring 18, 19, and 20, because I still haven't made those.
You said everyone, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alrighty. So, Bear, what'd you get?
I got an 11.
Okay. At any point during your own turn, if you take the attack action, you can make an additional ranged or melee attack.
Oh.
So I'm going to go ahead and say... Cool. What did Mogs roll?
7.
7. Beautiful. Anytime you would use your reaction, you gain a free reaction which you can use for the triggering reaction. What did Lumia roll?
I rolled a 3, but with the caveat that I kind of just want to use my inspiration regularly, if that's
You
still a
can.
thing.
You can. This doesn't restrict you from using it regularly. This just adds this as an option for you.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, this isn't a replacement, this is an addition. So Lumia, when an ally that you can see would take damage from any source, you can move up to your speed towards that ally. If you end this movement adjacent to said ally, you can make the ally immune to the damage and you can take the damage instead.
Cool.
And what did Harvey roll?
13.
13. So Harvey, at the beginning of your turn, you can use it at the beginning of your turn. During this turn, you gain a climbing and swimming speed equal to your land speed, and difficult terrain does not cost you additional movement. In addition, you have advantage on saves that would impede your movement.
I feel like these lined up nicely for everybody.
They really did.
So we'll definitely go ahead and continue the trend of, at the beginning of each session, we'll roll these and get that
Okay.
started. Yeah, it's supposed to be at the beginning of each session, because that's when you get the inspiration point. It's supposed to be session based, not like day based. So that being said, the rat folk kind of harkens for you guys to come over.
Yeah, and then the other thing was just a little bit of flavor on the way there. You notice that while Mogs is riding Webbigail, she starts outpacing the rest of you slightly, and she has to kind of teach Webbigail to not go full speed in order to maintain speed with the party. For your specific reference, Webbigail has a move speed of 40.
Oh,
Gotcha, okay.
That makes sense.
Beautiful.
So
yeah, so I mean, there is actually, Caius, when do you get your unarmored movement as a barbarian? I know the barbarians get a bonus. Hold on, let me take a look.
I'm sorry,
What is Webbigail's movement speed then?
40.
40. Cool. At 5th level, Bear, you get an additional 10 feet of movement as long as you're not wearing heavy armor.
yes.
So you will have an equivalent movement to Webbigail at 5th level.
Oh, okay.
Cool beans.
Oh, yeah, I see it here. Okay.
All right. Do you guys go over to the caravan master, or do you want to talk with any other members of the caravan?
Oh yeah, I feel like we should go straight to the caravan master.
Yeah, just
That's the one.
ourselves.
Yeah.
Cool. He sort of nods to you all as you approach and holds out a hand. He goes, "Howdy, my name is Cackle. It's good to see I'm the caravan master here. I was told that I'd be meeting you all here, and it is good to see that you've made your appointment. Let's not dally, and let's continue on. I don't think that there's any time for us to waste."
Okay, straight to business.
You'd be right, because
That's kind of a nerd.
these.
You say that as the Coke bottle glasses guy is standing directly adjacent to him, literally pushes up his glasses and goes, "What was that?"
I would like to roll and use mimicry and say, what was that?
No need to roll, you do it perfectly. And he goes, "Now listen, all right?" Nah, that was pretty funny. I'm just messing with you.
Caius turns back to the caravan master and lets him know the Scavardi nest has been taken care of. We shouldn't run into any troubles along the way.
Oh, that's
But
good. That's good.
we should probably let you know that there may be a storm rolling in soon.
Yeah, we've been worried about that all day. I expect that it's probably going to start rolling in tonight. I don't know how long it'll last, but we should brace for it. Make sure you're wearing warm clothing and stuff of that nature. It looks like you're all taken care of for now, but if it gets a little too chilly, just let one of the wagon riders know, and they'll give you a blanket. All right?
Sounds good.
Beautiful. We got another maybe about 4 hours, maybe 5 hours of travel in us before we're going to bed down for the night. So feel free to carouse with other members of the caravan in the meantime.
I feel like we can do well.
He gestures to the individual that is beside him, and he goes, "This is Dr. Tipley. He's you see the gnomish man kind of waves as he is introduced, and he goes, Dr. Tipley has been integral to the creation of the Road Warden Society handbook, alongside Sir Abercrombie back there." And he gestures to the elf that was reading.
Hang on, give me a second.
Mogs actually just clued into the calm before the storm, even though she passed her survival check earlier.
Mhm.
He was not paying any attention to it, and now that it's being called out, she's like, "Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's gonna get bad."
Yeah, it is. We're gonna definitely use we're gonna use our wagons to probably help brace us against the worst of the wind. That's the benefit of bringing such heavy equipment along with us. But we'll have to make sure the horses are all taken care of as well. So let's go ahead and get on our way. And he kind of he puts a finger in his mouth, or puts a pair of fingers in his mouth and makes this really loud whistle. And makes it in like a pattern, which signals to the rest of the caravan that they're continuing on. And you watch as the sort of caravan riders, whip to the horses to get them to go. There's a couple of donkeys that are walking alongside, and you see some of the people kind of nod to you as they start marching on. Do you guys join the caravan?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Let's get a move on.
You guys have successfully managed to link up with the caravan from Henst to Zolam. There will now no longer be a need, while you are part of the caravan, for you guys to make any survival checks to avoid getting lost, or for you guys to make any constitution saving throws to avoid the harsh weather conditions, because being part of a caravan and being in such great number gives you ample supplies and ample opportunity for other people to help you. So making rolls here, you would be making them with like quintuple advantage, so there's no point.
See, I thought it was about to be a whole Oregon Trail type situation.
Oh god. I mean, arguably, but part of the reason why people traveled in caravans back in the day is because it was a reliable way to keep most people safe. And that is no more true here than it was back then. So this day goes by without a hitch until maybe the last hour of travel, where you start to get really harsh winds and a snowstorm starts to blow in. You gather that this is a pretty sizable blizzard that you guys are going to start having to endure. You start having flaps of the wagons that are being traveled with. Some of the cloth starts to tear off of the backs of the wagons, and people are having to like help nail them down and keep them in place. And some of the horses start getting spooked, and bridles on the donkeys are starting to snap and things like that. And you get the caravan master. I'm not going to shout, but the caravan master shouting over the wind kind of informs all of you guys. It's like, all right, we're gonna go to the tree line up ahead and bunker down for the night. This is too much for us to travel through, and starts to guide the caravan in that direction. His loud whistles, like sort of indicating what, to signal to the rest of the caravan, manages to pierce through the wind very, very well. And you gauge this is why he is the caravan master, is because he has trained with all these wagon riders on what to do, when to do it, how to signal to them, and all that stuff. And you guys get to a tree line and make camp. The snow is such that setting up the wind is such that setting up your tents is incredibly difficult, but you have extra hands here to help you set up your tents. One of those extra hands, actually, I'm going to ask for everybody to roll a flat d20, And this is going to happen to whoever rolls the lowest. Mogs rolls an 8. Harvey rolls an 8.
All right.
I'll
That's 2 out of 3.
Sure, if you guys want to roll again, Mogs and
my
Harvey.
God.
Okay, it's
Unbelievable.
it is
That's 3
happening
out of
to
5.
both
That's
of
3
you.
out of 5.
No, it's
No.
happening to both of you. It's happening to both.
God damn.
For you, Harvey, your tent starts to blow away and gets caught in a tree. And you actually see, just as you're about ready to climb the tree to get the tent, you see the Coke bottle glasses guy approaches you, puts a hand on your shoulder and goes, "Now let me, it's a lot safer this way." And you see that he has what looks like a pair of like grabby metallic almost hands. They look like the end of one of those things that you would extend to like grab something that's too far away from you. Two of them detach from the bandolier on his belt and start floating up to grab and pull down your untethered tent. And using those hands and his own hands and your hands, the two of you manage to nail the pittons into the ground to get your tent safely snug. He doesn't wait for thanks or anything like that. He just continues tending to other members of the caravan who are, maybe struggling with trying to get their tent set up. But Mogs, your tent flat out gets a tear in it. Like a tree branch falls on your tent and just straight up rips it clean open.
Oh gosh.
And you see that the individual that was introduced as Sir Abercrombie approaches and goes, "Oh dear, this will not bode well for you. Would you mind if I mended your tent in just a moment? Would that be all right with you, young one?"
No, it's okay. I got it.
Are you certain?
Yeah. And I'll
All
mend
right.
it.
Okay. You begin to mend, and you actually do gauge that the mending spell can mend a smaller radius than the hole that was created. And as you mend, the rest of the hole tears the tent open again. The sort of the breach that has happened is too big for you to mend.
See, Webby, this is the time.
And see the Webby goes, "Okay," and approaches and assists in your mending.
No. Webby, this is when you can say it.
Starts to just hold the tent together and goes, "Fuck!"
There you go. That's my girl.
And Sir Abercrombie kneels down to the part that is sort of causing it to tear again, and casts mending. Looks up to you and sort of nods his hat to you and goes, "If you need anything else, don't hesitate to ask." And steps away, similar to Coke Bottles guy, to help other members of the caravan. You guys are ready for your rest, but can carouse with the rest of the caravan, as there's technically still 8 hours left in the day.
Since Caius didn't really get much sleep last night and just went through this trek, he's
You're
gonna
take a fat nap.
he's gonna go try and get settled down in his tent for the moment.
Okay.
And then he starts his next carving.
There's a strange comfort to hearing this wind whipping outside and almost this danger that is just outside of the tent, and knowing that there are maybe 1.5 dozen people that are also here that are able to help if something goes wrong. And snow starts to build up on the edges of your tents and at the entranceway and stuff like that. So the wind starts to become less of this whipping against the tent and endangering your tent from maybe blowing away, and eventually starts to become this sort of numb, dull sounding thing because of how padded and insulated your tents become from the snow. And I'm gonna go ahead and go down the list and ask. Bear, you've already let me know Caius is going to be working on a carving inside his tent, maybe catching up on some rest. Is there anything specific that Harvey would like to do?
I'd like to help everybody else put their stuff up.
Hell yeah. Okay. No need to make any checks for this. You just having helping hands is absolutely a benefit here. There are many people who struggle to like get their tent set up, and there's a couple of the horses that are actually starting to like get really antsy and really startled. You're not like the world's greatest at animal handling, but having an extra set of hands helps no matter what. So you manage to calm some of the horses, get the donkeys set up in specific areas of the caravan. You tie up the wagons to ensure that they don't start rolling away in the wind. And there are quite a few people who are very grateful for your intervention in larger parts of the caravan. Is there anyone in particular that you want to try and talk to, or is it just kind of helping out in general?
Just kind of helping out wherever is needed.
Cool. Mogs, is there anything in particular or specific that you want to do?
Yes. So, in the midst of playing around with Webby, probably like teaching her patty cake or something, I don't know. Actually, I don't know that Webigail is a female. Mogs just picked that name.
Yeah. I mean, you can refer to them with, unless they are identified with a pronoun, they don't have any really. So if you start identifying them as she, her, they'll just be like, yeah, I'm she, her.
Okay. Mogs will kind of like have a bit of a brain blast recollection moment, and she is going to look to find. He does not remember the name correctly in lore, but from me to you, she is looking for Pollinax bombadex.
Pollinax bombadex. Yeah, actually. I'm going to go ahead and say that Pollinax bombadex is one of the... Oh, yeah, hold on a second. Actually, let me pull that up. Where is Pollinax's thing here?
So I believe he was supposed to be on the caravan.
Yeah, he's supposed to be here on the caravan. Give me a moment. I'm going to, change something here real quick.
We forgot.
Yeah, classic DM moment. Do you know how many names that I have back here? I am actually looking at one document for one character, and there are 7 names that are on this document.
If it's not Gil, I don't give a shit.
I don't give a shit.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, Coke Bottle Glasses guy, I don't care what name I gave him before, that's Pollinax bombadex.
Okay.
So you go find Coke Bottle Glasses guy?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. He has, at this point, I'm going to go ahead and say he has settled in with his own tent. It doesn't look very ostentatious. Looks like just like one of your guys' tents. But you know it to be his tent. You kind of ask the caravan masters, like, where's Pollinax bombadex? And he gestures to this location.
I'll go over and I guess you don't knock on a tent.
You kind of just like call out to them.
Yeah, call out. You're Pombadex, right?
Almost immediately the tent flap opens and the person standing there is very marginally taller than you normally are. So if you don't have Webby with you, they are maybe like 6 inches taller than you, maybe 4. So
I'm
they
absolutely using Webby.
Yeah, so they have to look up at you. They open the flap and they go, I'm Dr. Pollinax bombadex.
Pollinax.
Yes, the DM says that that's the name that we're going to roll with, and I'm going to put it in the chat now. And I'm going to pin it so that way the DM stops forgetting this fucking name because it's weird.
I actually had that one written down.
Okay, cool. Good.
Yes? Can we come in?
Oh, certainly. Come in. He holds the flap open for you. And on the interior, you see a ton of candlelight. It looks like there's sort of like a foldable desk that he has in here with some type of chair or stool for him to write. There's a bunch of like books, pages sort of strewn about. It largely looks more like an office, and then off in the little corner, there's like a tiny little bedroll. Every other square inch of this place is occupied with like research material, and then that is what is occupied with a little bedroll.
And Moggs will say, Hello. Hi, I'm Mogs. Someone at town. Who was that? Someone at town told me that you like monster cores.
Well, I suppose like is a way that you could put it. Yes, I am the foremost expert on monster cores.
I have something to show you. And I'll tap on one of Webby's legs that's holding me to it's gonna go down.
Yeah, they'll come down.
And this is Webby.
Hello.
Oh my god.
I made
And
it.
you see the doctor is kind of like arms crossed, staring, and nods and goes, "Okay, a golem. Pray tell, you began this conversation by talking about monster cores.
Hmm?
Is this what I think it is?" Gesturing to Webby.
It's Webby. Webbigale,
Right, Webbigale.
if
Are
you
they-
fancy.
Are they suffused with a monster core?
I think they are a monster core. I don't
See-
know.
You see Webby kind of looks down at you and shrugs. Looks up at the doctor. He goes, "I'm Webby." Doctor goes, "Hello."
Good introduction. And she'll pat her little leg.
He like
little large leg.
he holds out a hand, kind of tentatively, maybe a little unsure, and goes, "I'm Dr. Bombadex." And Webby takes it.
And I'll have a gesture for Webby to lower her body so that I can show the area where. I don't know if it's fully submerged or if it's partly exposed.
I would say that there's probably like whatever way you choose to have it be. If it is, not exposed, there is an access port that you can use to open up to see the monster core.
Yeah, it's kind of in a central area, and so I'll show this. This is Webby.
That is a particularly powerful monster core. Where did you get this?
I found it.
Yes, but where, young one?
Home.
Home. Could you see that he, as he's speaking, turns around. He goes, "Could you," starts messing with papers on his desk. "Could you point to where home is?" Lays out a map and sort of like gets some paperweights and puts them on the corners. "Could you point to where home is on this map?"
Where are we?
We are here right now. We have come from Henst. He sort of doesn't like draw a line, but he traces a line with his finger to Henst. And he says, "This is the line that we have traveled to get here."
Okay. It's somewhere here, and she'll put her finger on the coast and then trace the entire
like northern coast near Henst. And he goes, "All right. Well, I mean, that is definitely better than before, but still a lot more vague than I was hoping."
Lumia might be able to get you more information.
All right, Lumia, that is your Asumerian companion, correct?
That's my boss.
Okay. I will consult with your boss at a later time, likely this evening, if I get the opportunity to.
She's the pretty one.
Okay, yes, I suppose. Listen, what did you say your name was again? Your name was Mogs?
Yeah, I'm Mox. Hi.
He extends a hand. He says, "I'm so sorry. I've been so rude. I did not properly shake your hand and introduce myself. I am Dr. Polynex Bombadex. I, again, may have said that I am an expert in monster cores, but it's much more than that, really. It's monstrology in general. I partnered with Sir Abercrombie to create the Road Warden Society's handbook for monster slaying. I don't mean for this to be some sort of self-plug or anything, but you are a road warden, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
He reaches over to one of the piles of books that is actually quite uniform and grabs one of them and hands it to you. And he says, I'm giving this to you free of charge, not because I get a striking sensation that you are perhaps interested in monsters in general, but because there is information on monster cores in this book, which will explain to you what I know. I figured it would be easiest to give it to you so you can disseminate that information amongst the rest of your party as well, if you so desired. But suffice it to say that monster cores are a newer phenomenon that have only been discovered within the last, perhaps, 3 years in Erendipidus. It has become more common since then. Now, when you said you found...
Because it was the first one I've seen.
Right. How long ago did you acquire the monster core that is now, Webigale?
And she'll count on her fingers. So we'll see. We've gone through what?
It's been like about maybe a little
week.
less than a month.
And then add those, like the 4 days travel to.
Yeah, I mean, including that, I feel like it's probably. No. I mean, maybe like 2 weeks, maybe.
Yeah, I think about 2 weeks. Yeah.
Yeah. So you indicate that to him, and he goes, "All right." And pray tell, did you find this monster core simply lying about, or in the innards of a monster?
Oh, it was way up in the guts.
All right. Could you describe the monster for me, in as much detail as you possibly can?
It was
As far as
big.
you remember, it was like almost completely crushed.
It
Like, you
was.
saw its back legs.
It was very big. It was very angry. It got very smushed. I think
Right.
it was scaly.
I think the manner in which it was described was like almost like scales made of spikes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Like
He is writing this down.
spiky scales.
How many legs did it have if you saw them?
At least 4.
All right.
The
And
front
did you-
half of it is kind of smushed.
Understood. Was it a cave-in or a rock fall or something that did it in?
Yeah. They detonated the entrance.
Oh, I see. Last-ditch effort of some sort. That is a shame.
Yeah, I'm the only one that survived.
Right. And so if we were to locate this creature, it would be in some sort of cavern up north in the location you indicated to previously.
Yeah, it's like sticking half out. If it hasn't been eaten, I guess at this point.
It's been about 2 weeks, you say, so.
Yeah, I mean it was pretty big, so we don't usually have that much around the area. You can't have the cave though, because I promised that to the troll friends.
All right. We'll keep that in mind. He sort of like does actually make it. He seems to be like a little trepidatious and confused in some places, but no matter what it is that Mogs says, even if it might seem nonsensical to him, he does write it down. Seems honestly kind of respectful, but then kind of like closes the book after letting the ink dry and sets it down. And he goes, "Well, Mogs, it was a pleasure to meet you, and I am very impressed with the work that you've managed to accomplish. I never knew that monster cores could be used in such a way. I will have to add this to my research notes. Tell me, please, what process did you perform to connect Webigale, or the monster core, to this golem body? I only knew for monster cores to be able to intersect with, well, monster bodies."
Oh, yeah. So we were fighting some big Scavardi and then a bunch of little Scavardi and some goblins. And then when we finished that, we went into the cave. And then in the cave, I saw this spider corpse. And then when I saw the spider corpse, I was like, oh my god,
this is going to be Webagale. And so
All right.
I had them bring the corpse, and then I kind of did like a whoosh and scoop, and a push and a twist, and then I put metal on it, and then Webagale was born.
He has a very poorly masked scowl for the when you start saying like a whoosh and a push and a twist, and then he does kind of like compose himself, but for the whole duration after that point, he's like squinting, staring at you, trying to see if you're just fucking with him.
And see these parts here, these were my old shield. It doesn't look like that though. And then over here, I used a bit of some sword, and this over here, I think was a belt buckle, if I remember right.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mogs, but did you have access to a forge in the cave?
No.
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 He
They brought
says
back
it
the
again with
campfire.
a very obvious question mark at the end and goes, "No,
No, I just did it at the campfire.
the campfire."
Yeah.
Right. Pray tell, how hot would you say the campfire was?
I don't know, campfire, right?
Right. So you didn't have a bellows or
What?
holy shit. He sort of like stands
Why
up,
would I need forge
dusts himself off, and he says,
or a fellow?
Mogs, you strike me as an incredibly unique individual who does not fully understand the power that you wield, and I would urge you to come to my office in Swarvel after we arrive. Are you traveling all the way to Swarvel, or are you stopping in Zalam?
Excellent question.
I suppose
I don't
the
remember.
I suppose the answer to that question lies in a consultation with the greater, other members of your party collectively. When you find that out, can you tell me?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, wonderful. He scribbles down an address. It is just an address in Swarvel, and hands it to you. And he says, "This isn't going to mean anything to you right now, but when you arrive at Swarvel, these numbers and these words will direct you to my home. You'll be able to take a look at street names and numbers and so on and so forth, and locate me. Now, with that having been said, I do suggest that you reference this with your companions and use it to nudge them in the direction of Swarvel. I would very, 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 very much like to see you when I have all of my equipment available so that we can analyze the fullness of where it is your magical prowess comes from, as you've been able to do something I have not. And I would very, very much like to find out how."
Really?
Yes, you've molded metal without a forge. You've done something I have only quite seen forge clerics do, and even then only temporarily. But this sort of like gestures to Webagale and goes, "So sorry. They have been molded by, well, I'm not
And
sure.
mostly. Sometimes a wrench.
I'm not sure how to say this to you, Mogs.
Hmm?
This isn't holy magic, and it isn't arcane magic either.
Hmm.
Which means that it's not any magic we know of.
Hmm.
At all.
Yeah, I didn't know it either.
He pinches the bridge of his nose. He goes, "I'm going to go and find your companion, Lumia. Would you help me find their tent?"
Okay.
And he sort of like gets his coat on and allows you
Puppies.
to lead the way. Immediately they lift you up and attach and go wherever you mentally direct.
Well, I assume I know where Lumia sat down.
Yeah.
We'll head over there.
And while this is happening, I'm going to go ahead and cut over to Lumia because I have not asked Lumia this penultimate question. But Lumia, is there anything that you would like to do for the day and or evening?
Lumia is napping.
Hell yeah. Okay. In the middle of your nap, it's interrupted.
Love that.
I'm assuming Mogs is the one to announce themselves.
So may I can come in?
What? Who's there?
So sorry, excuse me. I'm Dr. Bombadex. I would like to speak with you for a moment, if I may.
Lumia scrambles up. Her hair's a mess. She has drool on the side of her face. She's still exhausted. Like her REM sleep has been so disturbed at this point. She just groggily crawls to the outside of the tent and says, yes, hello. How may I help you?
He says I'm a weirdo and also he needs map help again.
He said,
I
what?
wouldn't necessarily say weirdo is the word that was used, but unique and special because you use magic that doesn't exist, for sure.
Yeah, that's weird.
Lumia kind
Looks
of
up
eyes
at
him
Lumia and goes,
suspiciously.
I didn't say weird. May I come in? I would much like to speak with you.
Sure. Come on in.
Thank you.
Can we come in too?
Yeah, I'm looking at Mog suspiciously. I'm mouthing, what did you do? Saying, come on in.
Cool. So the two of you enter into Lumia's tent, and you see
Three
that.
of us.
Yeah. Bombadex doesn't find a place for himself to sit. He merely stands and sees if there is a flat surface for him to roll out the map. Whether there is or isn't, he may use the floor, but he rolls out the map and sets stones on the corners and sort of gestures to the location that Mogs gestured to and went, your companion was kind enough to inform me as to where it is that they located the monster core that is now known as Webigail. I would very much like a more precise location to identify where it is that this monster was located. If you could assist me in this in some way, Miss Lumia, I would be very much in your debt.
He always talks like this.
Lumia has about 4 brain cells to rub together right now, but she musters what intelligence she has left to approximately point out where on the map she found Mogs.
Yeah, you give a more precise location. He notes that down, makes a small mark on the map, and then sort of rolls it up and goes, I thank you very much for your time, Miss Lumia. In addition, before I leave you, I must implore you, in the same as I have done with your companion, for the party of road wardens that you now comprise of to join me in Swarvel at some point, rather than ending your travel at Zolam, as your friend Mogs here, as I was explaining to them earlier, has tapped into a well of magic that has yet to be tapped into. Are you, Miss Lumia, are you aware of the manner by which magic operates in Ashela?
Quite familiar.
Wonderful. I did gauge you to be of a divine sort. That is excellent. Divine and arcane magic are one and the same. They come from similar sources, although not exactly identical. What Mogs has managed to accomplish is neither of these. And the gravity of this, Lumia is an educated individual. Lumia has learned, is read, and kind of like knows where magic comes from. The idea of there being a font of magic that doesn't come from the divine or from like a filter, like a warlock patron or something, and that doesn't come from the arcane is unheard of. Literally never before has that been heard of.
Apparently it's weird that I got magic 2 weeks ago.
How can that be?
You see that Dr. Bombadex kind of shrugs and goes, I don't have my equipment here to find out, but I do in Swarvel. There are answers there waiting for you, so if you do decide to join the caravan all the way to Swarvel, or even simply travel to Swarvel on your own time, I have given your companion the address of my office. So please do stop by if you decide to go. And he sort of does a bow and says, I am going to tend to my research. I wish the two of you a very wonderful evening. Oh, I apologize. I wish the three of you a wonderful evening. And turns to Webigail and smiles. You see
Did you have 2
Webigail
cores I could have?
that you could have? Absolutely not. That you could
Oh.
purchase back at my office, I do.
At the office.
He smiles
Oh.
and he points to you and he's like, you should definitely come by.
It's seeming more tempting now.
he He departs after that. And he leaves the three of you together. You see that that Webigail kind of like starts doing the stick bug thing again and goes, "We're weird.
You can say that again, Webigail.
We're weird."
No, it's just a phrase. It's not. I didn't mean for you to actually say it again.
I'm sorry.
Oh no, that's okay. I mean, it's fine. It's okay.
It is?
Yeah.
Starts to wiggle back and forth again and goes, "We're weird."
He says, right, this, we are. I don't know why yet, but we are.
It's maybe something that would be a little bit lost on Lumia, but what was just sort of like conveyed to Lumia is something that would revolutionize the world. To learn of a third font of magic that is neither divine nor arcane has the potential to revolutionize magic, period.
Dang, Mogs, you truly are one of a kind.
Yeah, I'm the only one left.
Oh. Well, that's...
Webigail goes, "I'm here too."
Oh.
We're the only ones left.
Yay!
Give Webigail a hug.
It returns the hug.
Lumi is giving the saddest smile ever.
Oh, God. Is there anything else that anybody would like to do for the evening, or are you ready to cut to the next day? As there are more than enough people to make watches here that you'll spot anything if anything happens.
I'm good.
Okay.
Same.
Going once, going twice. Beautiful. The next morning comes. The storm is still raging. It takes time to operate in a storm of this scale. So breaking down your tents is an arduous task. Trying to get all the snow off of the wagons, trying to get the horses ready for the day. All of it takes longer than normal. And it is no small feat that the four of you, in tandem with the rest of the caravan and the caravan master, managed to get back on the roads again. And it maintains this throughout the day. I would like for everybody here to make perception checks with disadvantage.
Ugh.
Morning guide you.
Oh, wait.
Yeah. That feels a little...
Yes, definitely.
Oh wait, this is supposed to be perception, right? Oh my god, help me. Literally, my god, help me. That's 2 d20s and a 4. Let's go.
You'll take the lowest of the d20 and then add the 4.
And it's disadvantaged because we have lowered visibility.
I have 14.
100%. It is impossible to see through this snow.
How thick?
So the mechanic that is tied to this is you cannot see more than 15 feet in front of you without having a severe penalty.
What if I close my eyes?
You can see 5 feet in front of you.
That's what that doesn't really help, does it?
Yeah.
That don't make no sense.
Beautiful. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and go down the list. Bear, what did Caius roll?
I rolled an 8, so a 10 altogether.
10 altogether. Beautiful. What did Mogs roll, Fen?
This was perception, right?
Yes.
17.
17. Hell yeah. What did Lumia roll, Jinxie?
14.
Awesome. And I'm gonna give you your +5 to passive perception here, Harvey.
Oh,
With that in mind, what did you roll?
with that in mind, I rolled an 11.
11? Beautiful. So anyone who rolled above a 16, which I believe is just Mogs, right?
Oh, I forgot to roll for Webigail.
Oh, yeah. And they have a feature that it prevents them from being surprised.
Correct. They cannot be surprised. They have dark vision 60 foot. Do we care about her perception or her passive?
Perception.
Okay. So that is.
Not bad.
Ooh. Also 17.
Okay. So you and Webigail are the two that hear it first. There's something that the rest of you assume is simply the thundering of clouds overhead, as, you know, storm clouds being what they are in frigid environments such as this are still storm clouds, simply dropping snow and, you know, billowing wind instead. It's not thunder. Something is crashing through something. Because you did not roll above a 20, you cannot pinpoint where this is coming from, but you simply hear something loud approaching. Before you have an opportunity to call out to the rest of the party, we're going to open up the map.
Oh.
The map?
The map.
Huh.
Yeah, give me a minute.
Okay.
So let me represent this properly with... Okay. Cool. So I'm going to go ahead and pull all of you guys here. I am now going to actually set up your minis on this map.
Yes.
And I need to pull up Mogs' mini again. I'm gonna make... What's your current max hit points, Ben? It's 24, right?
My maximum hit points. Yes.
Okay, cool. I have made you a unique mini, so I should be able to pull you from wherever it is that you are. I would like for you guys to enable Creature Snap to Grid and to put yourselves wherever you want to be in the caravan.
Oh, it's already on.
Yeah. Wash. Like when in doubt, go to the middle.
Wait, how big is this?
shit.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
You got the full caravan on the map right now.
You know what? I'm gonna get out of here. Yeeks.
You know what?
And yes, on top of caravans, on top of wagons is a valid place to be.
Oh, wait,
I
actually,
think you need to give me ownership.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Sorry.
I'm gonna be up here.
Permission, Mogs, and me.
No, give me my free will back.
Give me my free will. Yeah, that's fucked. Actually,
And I'm facing forwards now.
hell yeah!
Let's
Would we
go.
represent you on the initiative? It would be weird.
For the first time.
That's so funny. Cool. So is once everybody is situated, we'll get roll call. So once you're there and you want to stay there, go ahead and let me know. Caius, you all right with where you're at?
Correct.
Haru,
Yes.
you good? Beautiful. Fen, is Mogs gonna chill out there?
Who is this next to me?
It is a road warden, just some
okay.
one of the five. Yeah.
Sure.
And Lumia, you all right being there?
Yes.
Beautiful. Give me a minute. This is gonna take this is gonna take a second.
Oh.
I have to replace part of the map.
Okay.
Huh?
I believe it was this chunk here that was being replaced. Let me make sure that I'm doing this right. Okay, and we're going to do this. Beautiful. I'm going to start deleting some of these things as I insert the actual map. Give me a second as I have to go to my storage board now. People on stream are going to start seeing the like behind the scenes bullshit.
Uh-oh.
I'm not there. I'm not looking.
Ooh.
I'm
I
looking.
have an entire board that is designed to store this type of stuff. Let me make sure that I actually orient it correctly. Bam. Cool. So you guys see this. Barreling through the woods, trashing trees as it goes. Absolutely crushing whatever it passes through. There is a creature that none of you have seen before. It is being pursued by what you can currently see as about 4 boar-like creatures that are around about humanoid size, but just hunched over on all 4. And there are 4 more of them pursuing this beast behind them.
Wait, they're chasing this thing?
Yes, the boars are chasing this
What the
creature.
fuck?
Now,
I would like for everybody to roll initiative. The only 2 people who are not surprised is Mogs and Webigail. And anyone who is immune to being surprised.
I don't think I am.
Going to go ahead and pull this up as well. So there are a couple of unique conditions that are going to be applied during this combat. I'm just going to go ahead and let you know, heavy snowfall is happening here. You can see normally out to a range of 15 feet. Anything beyond that, to a maximum.
Yeah, roll
sorry.
again.
yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and get everybody on the initiative like tracker before I start saying what's going on here. So I will say that the caravan, like the entire caravan, is going to go on the same initiative, and all of the boars are going to go on the same initiative.
Makes sense.
So I'll go ahead and roll for Mr. Bird Monster here, and then this will be for all of the boars, and then this will be for the whole caravan. Oh no! Okay. All right. Let's pull that up. The boars are creatures that you guys are familiar with. They are called bujars. They are just boar creatures.
Jars.
They're very territorial, potentially dangerous depending on where it is that you find them. They seem to have been aggravated in some capacity. Not 100% certain why they may have been aggravated, but they absolutely have been. Let me get here. Yeah, what's up?
So, is the thing that they're chasing, is it injured? Or is it like,
no,
like
doesn't
why is it
look like
running from them?
You guys will have to make checks on your turn to try and figure that out.
Okay.
I'm
Can't see that thing from where
also,
you are.
Did I wake up this morning?
yes. We'll go over that in a moment.
Okay.
I realize now, taking a look at the time, we're like 2.5 hours in. If we were to linger too heavily on stuff, we might not be able to get this combat in today. I promise I haven't forgotten.
Oh no, you're fine. That it would just like.
Did you wake up this morning? It's a good question.
That just has like some like. I like have plans for combat involving that, but I can wait.
You can use your stuff today. I will say that like the flavor of what is meant to have happened, you have them. You've got your subclass features.
Okay.
You, Harvey, have never used them before. So it might be a little startling.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you do have them. Okie dokie. So let's go ahead and go down the list. Who got an initiative count above 20? Who got an initiative count? Oh, sorry, go on.
I was about to say, I don't think anybody did.
I'm just going to go down the list. Who got an initiative count between 20 and 15? Oh no.
Yep. Keep going.
Who got an initiative count between 15 and 10?
Me.
Me.
All right, Lumia, Harvey, what'd you get?
11.
11. Wait, we both rolled an 11?
Did you add your dex modifier?
I don't have one.
So Harvey will be going first
Rolled
because
11.
Harvey does have a higher dexterity modifier.
Makes sense.
Who's between 10 and 5?
Me.
Oh, God.
Yeah, same.
All right, Mogs, Bear, what are yours?
I got a 9.
I got a 7.
Oh, my God. Well, good news, Mogs. You did roll higher than the caravan. Good news.
Let's go.
Hooray!
Things are turning around.
Things are looking on the up and up. So we'll go ahead and apply them, and then them, and then you, and then you, and then you, and then you, and then you. All right, fellas. The initiative order is this bird monster, followed by the Bujar, followed by Harvey, Lumia, Caius, and Mogs, followed by the caravan. So,
Wait, say that again?
the bird monster,
Yes.
then the Bujar,
Okay.
then Harvey, Lumia, Caius, Mogs, then the caravan. The caravan includes all 5 of the road wardens that are with you, so they do have stats and they will be like assisting you during this combat. So, yeah, what's up?
Being that Moggs and Webby were not surprised, she'll have tried as much as possible to have gotten its attention.
That would be something you'd have to do when you actually get a turn.
Okay.
Yeah. So let me go ahead and sort it out here. It is its turn. I am going to roll to determine what it is going to do. One of the things that it could do is go for Harvey. One of the things that it could do is go for Mogs. Another one of the things that it could do is go for this wagon without just attacking Harvey. Another thing it could do is go for this wagon. And another thing it could do is go for these horses. So it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different things that it can do. And we'll go ahead and slap that guy on the end of it to make it 6. So in order of operations, wagons 1, Harvey's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 3 and 4. Remember that. And I'll roll this
Okay.
here. 1. It's going for the wagon Harvey's on. So it immediately moves adjacent to you, Harvey. You guys have not... So with the exception, I think, of Mogs, you guys have never seen a creature quite this big. This is a truly monstrous-sized creature. It is a frightening presence on this field. And you notice, Harvey, as this thing approaches you, and you barely manage to catch it out of the corner of your eye. You're not ready for combat here. This thing starts to bound towards this this like caravan, this wagon. It makes a standing long jump from its position here, leaping directly over the wagon and landing on the other end.
Oh.
The strength of its legs is truly superhuman, and it manages to leap directly overhead. You watch it soar overhead. And as you turn around, you see that it actually has what looks like a stone in its hand. And it's going to rear that stone, and it is going to make 2 attacks with the stone against the actual wagon.
Oh, Jesus. Oh.
So the wagon has an armor class of 15. The first one is a definite hit. The second one is not. The wagon also has a hardness, so there's a minimum amount of damage that is required in order for this creature to actually be able to pierce through the hardness of the wagon. But the hardness is only 10, and this creature is attacking with 2d8 plus 3 on the attack that hit. So that definitely gets through the hardness for a full amount of 13 damage that manages to punch through. For context, hardness is any amount of damage that is equal to or lower than the hardness does no damage, and any amount of damage that is above that does the full damage. You don't subtract the damage from what it would have been. So 13 damage is dealt to the wagon. Immediately, this wagon is starts to explode into splinters. You see the person who is in the wagon dives out of the front of the wagon trying to get away from this creature.
Oh, yeah.
You see that the horses are starting to panic, and one of them actually does cut loose immediately and starts to like run towards the forest trying to get away from this creature. That is going to end its turn and begin the Bujar's turn. So these 4 are currently the Bujars that are here. They're going to move 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. And you actually see Mogs. They are fully, like, it seems like they're avoiding you. They're not, like, just explicitly going around you. They actually do, like, regard you by glancing at you for a moment. They're after this creature. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. And then 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. And I think that's going to stop them there. They are going to take the dodge actions on their turn, and that is going to end their turn. Harvey, you are surprised on your turn, which does mean that you do not get to take any actions or reactions or what have you. Same with Lumia, same with Caius. Mogs.
So, okay.
Those surprise is effectively a stun for the first round of combat. I need to describe what the actual conditions are for this fight. You guys can't see reliably beyond 15 feet. Whenever you attempt to target anything between 15 and 30 feet away from, or sorry, between 20 and 30 feet away from you, you must attempt a flat DC 5 check. If you fail the check, the resources that you spent and the actions that you spent to perform whatever it is you were trying to do fail, flat out. So you spend the resources and nothing happens. So as you know, an example, let's just say that Lumia attempts to use a guiding bolt or something of that nature, something that spends a spell slot. You roll a 3 on a d20. That is below the DC 5 flat check. Your guiding bolt, whether it would have hit or not, is a miss. It just fails. That is also true for things that require saving throws as long as they target a creature. They will fail on a DC 5 flat check. They will just miss the creature. Anything that is beyond 30 feet, instead of a DC 5, it is a DC 10. Or it is fully wasted and it fails. The caravan itself includes civilians as well as road wardens. They, will start fleeing to safety and stuff of that nature. In addition, anything that is not on this sort of like impacted snow that is in the middle, basically anything beyond the tree line, or maybe like this line here is fine, is difficult terrain, except for the Bujar specifically. They ignore difficult terrain of snowy variety. At the beginning of each round, I am going to roll a d6 and subtract 1 for each caravan member who has either died or fled. If the number is below 0, the amount it is below 0 means that many more caravan members begin to flee. You guys are effectively trying to keep the caravan together because this is all of the support from Henst collectively coming to Swarvel. So if this were to be like disbanded, that is a huge problem. Mogs, it is your turn.
Okay. I think Mogs, having clocked the Bujar as not being interested in her, is going to focus on creature.
Okay.
So she'll go 5, 10, 15, 20.
I am going to let you know the creatures were after this mystery monster. They do take opportunity attacks at you as you leave. Are you still willing to make that movement?
Yes.
Okay. It'll only be 2. I am going to say they are going to attempt to target you rather than targeting your mount, unless you have a feature that prevents them from doing that.
Nope.
Okay. Let me pull up the jar. Beautiful. What is your armor class?
My AC is 17.
17. That is 2 misses. You're good to go.
Yep.
And all of you who are within eyesight of this, which I actually think is Harvey and Lumia, because Caius is way ahead of the front here. Harvey and Lumia, you clock that these creatures are actively like attacking Mogs when she leaves their reach.
Okay, and then let me just double check one thing real quick. Yep. Mogs will, with her brand revitalized large wrench, cast Booming Blade on
Dodger.
Bard.
Okay.
And by nature of being next to Webigale, it will activate her pack tactics.
I am going to say I'm going to say for the purposes of what's going on here today and moving forwards, it is overcast. It is still sunlight.
Mogs will have her eyes closed.
Okay. In the future, I know that this might sound like some type of technicality. I need you to tell me that before you roll.
Okay.
You have to determine it at the start of your turn.
Okay.
So if you had your eyes closed, you would know approximately where everything is, but you would effectively be beyond 5 feet walking around blind. And that means if anything moves at any point after you've... So from now until the start of your next turn, you can only see within 5 feet of you. So if this creature leaves your reach, you have no idea where it goes until your turn starts.
Okay.
With that in mind, that is definitely going to be a hit. Go ahead and roll your damage, including Booming Blade damage.
Booming Blade doesn't do damage on hit until 5th level.
Okay.
So it's just my regular damage. 8 damage.
8 damage. Beautiful. A very solid strike into the creature. You guys hear this sort of crack of Moggs' newly modified weapon striking into this creature as they are bounding forwards on Webigale to kind of like begin the combat effectively. Is there anything else that you would like to do on your turn?
And it also makes the
It is
creature
wreathed
kind
in
of
its energy.
thrum. Yeah. And Moggs will, as a bonus action, tell Webigale to rend at it.
Okie dokie. I'm going to ask, because you did move on your turn, is it a controlled mount or an uncontrolled mount? Because if it is an uncontrolled mount, then it would move after, or no, it's moving before you, so it would rend first. Technically, whatever, make the rend.
Oh, so rend against a Bujar is what you're saying?
Well, I mean, it's either rending against a Bujar or it's rending against this creature. I don't really mind. I think that you have given me the world's most difficult battle to try and figure out how to work a mounted combatant and actually make it work in 5th edition.
No, I think you're right. I think because we're working it as controlled, because I attacked after it moved, the rend would happen before.
I'm okay with that.
All right. Because if it's controlled mount, I can't use rend. That's what it was.
If it's a controlled mount, you can't use anything except the dodge action or the dash action, or no, because it's you can do nothing but the dodge action.
Yeah.
Unless you command it, at which point it can use dash or disengage.
Right. Okay. So then no rending.
All right. Is there anything else that you want to do on your turn?
That's it.
Okay. Do you want to sort of like cash the bonus action to tell it to do something on your next turn for initiative?
Would that include something like get back in range of bird?
Yeah. Get back in range of bird and rend it.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
That'll be the default unless I change orders beginning of turn.
Roger Dodger, I will keep that in mind. So the caravan is all equally surprised, but you see the caravan master turns on his turn and immediately whistles the command for danger to the rest of the crew, drawing his sword. I will also tell you that another failure condition is if the caravan master dies. As without him, the caravan, it is difficult for the caravan to continue without the caravan master. After that surprise round is now over, the surprised condition is now dropped from everybody. You guys are going to start getting actions and being able to do things on your turn. This creature is going to roll I'm going to go ahead and say it was already attacking the wagon, so it's going to leave the wagon as one of its targets, but it was also just attacked by Mogs, so Mogs is going to be another potential one of its targets. Mm-hmm. So it's going to roll a d20. Evens is going to be the wagon, and odds is going to be Mogs. If it is even, it is going after the wagon again. As it does this, I'm going to inform you guys that another failure condition is if all the wagons are destroyed.
Oh, Jesus, there's so many failures.
True. Very true. So it's going to make its first attack against the wagon and see if that is definitely a hit. So this first attack is going to be its D8. So that is only 8. It fails to breach through the hardness of the wagon. The wagon manages to endure this strike, but it is then going to make its next attack against the wagon. And that, it is an AC of 10. Let me pull that up here. No, an AC 15. Yeah, that is a miss. So you actually watch the creature ineffectually attacking this wagon, Harvey, that you are currently astride, you turning to face the creature, the wagon barely managing to hold itself together. That's going to end the creature's turn. It is now the Bujar's turn. So it is at this point that you actually see this Bujar here in particular, this one, makes a sort of like... scrapes the ground with one of its hooves and is going to charge directly into Mogs to try and push them away from the bird. Let me go ahead and roll. So Mog's AC is 17, correct?
Yes, but... okay, never mind.
What's up?
Give me a chance before you roll next time.
Okay. I apologize. Couldn't you tell me why?
Webby has a reaction.
I gotcha. To interpose themselves in between, attempting to be hit.
I can choose to... So she has deflect attack. She imposes disadvantage on attack roll of a creature that she can see within 5 feet of it, provided it's against a creature other than itself.
Okay, cool beans. So yeah, that one misses entirely. Anyways, this creature is going to charge into this guy here. Do you want to impose disadvantage on it?
That's not within range.
Is it? It has to be the hostile creatures also.
It's basically just me.
Gotcha. Okay, it's going to go ahead and make the same attack against this guy. That is a definite miss. And then this one is going to charge into like this, and it's going to make the same attack. Let me actually see. This is the scout. I believe that's also a miss. Yes. Cool. So these 3 Bujar are relatively ineffectual, but this
man's out here bobbing and weaving boars.
You see this caravan master that is directly, or this caravan sort of like wagon rider that is directly below you guys, or you right now, Harvey. The bull is going to make an attack on her while she's prone. It has advantage. That is a hit. And that is going to be 4 damage. You watch as this boar gores this woman on the ground. She is dead.
Oh, jeez.
It is now going to move.
That is unfortunate. Oh, my lord.
Which one is the caravan master?
The caravan master is the rat guy up here.
Yeah, he's all the way up by me.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
At the... Sorry,
so for your reference, the Bujar that is next to me, if it had attacked the other guy, then she could have done the reaction on it.
Gotcha. So it has to be enemy and person being attacked within 5 feet.
The attacking enemy needs to be within 5 feet of Webby.
Okay, but not...
not the creature that
Not
she's
the
defending.
creature that's being attacked. Okay, cool. Cool. At the end of the Bujar's turn, the creature is going to take a legendary action.
Oh.
Oh, here we go.
It is
Huh.
going to roll a d4 to determine if it is going to attack this Bujar, the wagon, this Bujar, or Mogs.
Bring it.
In order of 1, 2, 3, and 4. 2, it's the wagon again, unless it's...
Damn it.
Yeah, it's going to attack the wagon again. Fortunately enough for you guys,
Oh my lord.
this is the wagon. Harvey, it is your turn.
All right. Well, I would like to shoot my cool new bow at the big guy.
Hell yeah. It is outside of 5 feet to you, so you do not have disadvantage on the attack.
What were the-
And
Sorry, I gotta look up stats real quick for the shadow spike. I think I missed.
it's
Is it
only
just-
really super relevant if it's up against like an object, but otherwise it's just +1 to hit and +1 to damage. So anything that you would roll to hit, you add an additional 1, and anything that you would roll for damage, you add an additional 1.
So instead of like 1d6 plus 3, be 1d6 plus 4.
Pretty much. And instead of, say that you have +5 to hit, it would be +6 to hit instead.
Check.
Increases accuracy as well. Really, the accuracy is the important part.
All right. Well,
But also,
I-
Mogs is 5 feet to this creature, so you'll get sneak attack on this.
As is Webby.
That is true.
Damn.
We love to see it.
Okay, so because you're level 3, your sneak attack is 2d6. So this is 3d6, I believe, +4. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the maximum of 3d6 plus 4 is 22. So add 26 to whatever this is. So 7 plus 26 is
So,
a total of 33.
Yeah.
Holy fucking shit.
What a way to start. Oh my lord.
Yeah, immediately, Harvey, this short bow is designed actually quite strangely. As you pull the arrow back, you note that there's like a notch in the wood where the arrow is meant to rest. There's kind of like this concave, or I don't know if it's concave or convex. There's a little indent in the actual bow where, just above where your hand is meant to rest, where normally you would have rested the arrow on your knuckles. You're resting on this instead. The arrow back, pull it to full spike, has it a lot more power than you were expecting from such a little bow.
What a level.
You're
I didn't
used
hear
to,
any of that.
short bows. They don't have an insane amount of power.
You went very robotic.
You were a robot.
For like
Yeah,
description of that.
Sorry.
I gotcha. Let me know.
Minnie, stop watching Netflix.
Because Jinx is a. What is happening?
Because the stream fine?
Discord is shit.
I
The bad.
think it's
right.
Discord
No.
itself.
Is the stream fine? This is really fucking funny.
Oh,
Holy shit.
are we back?
Back.
Are we back?
Fuck.
Are
Yeah,
we
sorry,
alive?
I'm pretty sure we all collectively got 5,000 millisecond ping.
Good lord,
once?
dude. What happened?
Yeah,
That was
private calls
intense.
suck. Massive doo-doo. Anyways,
What the
for
heck?
Nitro, I'm so sorry that it happened at the moment I was describing Haru's like victory here. Jesus. The arrow, as it is pulled back from the notch in the bow, transmutes into something entirely different before it leaves the string. It becomes a spike that is this bluish, purplish, magical sort of like font of energy. It literally becomes what looks like a spike of crystalline energy. And as it shoots from the bow, it shoots with significantly more power than you had anticipated, to the point where you almost fall off the back of the wagon.
Oh, no.
And you guys hear this pop and almost like an explosion as it hits into the creature.
So I hit him for 33.
Yes.
Okay. And
33 crit damage.
then hell yeah.
You still have your movement and your bonus action.
Jeez.
I would like to initiate steady aim.
Okay, so as a bonus action, you get advantage on your next attack.
Yes.
Let me check, because I don't know if steady aim is for the turn or if it's just the next attack period.
It's your next attack roll on the current turn.
On the current turn. Okay. So you've already made your attack.
Yeah.
In the future, steady aim is actually huge. Because
Yeah,
it lets
I should do that. I should do that
as long
first.
as you don't, yeah, as long as you don't move, it lets you crit fish. It lets you roll 2d20, and that gives you sneak attack, just bog standard.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna end my turn then.
Beautiful. I mean, I would say that was a successful turn, honestly. Jesus Christ. Lumia. Now, again, I am going to go ahead and note that 15 feet is your sort of like range of vision right now of being able to see things, which is, for context, this big. And then 30 feet is your range of vision without having like a huge amount of disadvantage applied to you, which is about this big. And then anything beyond this radius is like a 50-50 shot, a little less than a 50-50 shot to fully fail.
Okay.
You need to be within 15 feet of your target to assure without a shadow of a doubt that you are going to strike it.
With melee or spell.
With anything.
Anything. Okay.
Anything that targets a creature at all. If you attempt to make it beyond 30 feet, you roll a d10, and on a 9 or lower, it fails.
Okay.
If you are attempting to do it within 30 feet but beyond 15 feet, on a 5 or lower, it fails. So there's kind of tiers to it. You've got a 20% chance within 30 feet, and then I think you've got like a 40% chance beyond that.
Okay.
40% chance to fail, mind you.
I gotcha. So how much movement is going from here to here?
Where'd you start? Here?
Here, yeah, on this tile.
So you were going 5, 10 right here?
Yeah.
That would be 10, 15.
Okay, so that's how much I can move. Yeah.
No, you can. Your movement's not impeded unless you're moving through this snow here.
Okay. I think I'm gonna move here because this should get me in the yes zone for the thing.
Let's see. If you want to attack the creature, it is. Let's see. That's 5, 10, 15. It's 20 feet from you.
I'm crying if I use the rest of my movement to go, because what I have like 30?
If you move 5 more feet up, you have 15-foot reach with it.
Okay.
Yeah, so there is like perfect. From there to there, yeah, easily.
There, I just did a little movement. I also am gonna use my new thing. I don't know how it works, but I'm just kind of like tapping on my chest, like, I don't know, heed my call thing person, and we're gonna manifest a dazzling night that I'm kind of like, I don't even know how to respond because he's just.
Yeah, let me pull them up real quick. I think you guys are gonna get a kick out of them. Cool. Da-da-da-da. Cool. So you tap on your chest and you're like, heed my call. And as though they were there the whole time, you feel a hand on your shoulder as a warm presence is beside you, and you watch. You look to your left, and you actually have to look up as a 7-foot-tall dragonborn draws a greatsword from their back. You can't tell what color of dragonborn that they are, but you do see that they are clad in shining golden armor. You see that they have a smile on their face as they look down at you, and they go, "Hello, Lumia. My name is Zarathrian. It's a pleasure to meet you. Shall we kill this thing?"
I mutter "holy shit" and then say yes. Yes.
And he points at you and he goes, "Language." And
Language, my lady.
yeah, let me like put him on the map real quick.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
I don't have like an appropriate mini for his greatsword or what have you, so we're just gonna go ahead and use this for now. So where do you want him to end up? Where do you want him to be?
Sick.
He can be within 30 feet of you.
Within 30 feet. I want to position him somehow like near enough to Mogs, like to maybe help take some heat off of this boar, but also near enough to attack the big guy. So
here would do it. I know that it doesn't look like it, but that creature takes up a 3x3, which means that it does occupy this space.
Okay, so we can give him a slap.
Yeah. So the bonus action to create the knight happens now, and the knight will take its turn immediately after yours. So if you give me a moment, I'm going to go ahead and rename this guy to his name, which is Zarathrian. And then I'm going to put him on the turn order after you. Beautiful. Let me pull up the knight stat block. Yeah, so that is a bonus action on your turn. He has been created. He is going to heed your call, which, as far as he understands it, is basically help Mogs.
Yeah.
Unless you give him a more direct command. It doesn't take an action or anything like that. You can tell him to do something specific, or you can kind of leave it to me to like determine what would be the best course of action for him to take on a turn with a generic command. If the generic command is to help Mogs, he'll do whatever he feels like is most appropriate in the moment. He does have a personality, so he will follow a path if he's left to his own devices.
Okay, well, I'm gonna say hurt anything that attempts to target Mogs negatively.
He sort of like gives you a very loose salute, and you actually watch. He was beside you when he was summoned, and it's almost as though he kind of like stutter steps and appears at this location.
Oh.
Man's out here flash stepping.
You still have your action on your turn.
Oh my gosh!
That was only a
that
bonus
would use
action.
Everything. My God, how decadent to still have an action left.
This is a crazy item. For early levels, it's a crazy item. He's a challenge level 3 creature, so that means that this knight on his own is meant to be a match for all 4 of you combined.
Okay.
But as you level up, he will, as a consequence, become weaker and weaker, because now you're going to be fighting things that are like level 8 and level 10 and level 12, and it's like, okay, so your level 3 ass no longer helps.
Do not tell Caius that. or he'll try to fucking solo him.
Oh my God, that's such a good point.
My dragon boyfriend's way stronger than you are.
Oh, God.
Hey, easy. I just met this man. He's very tall though. I like that. So I'm gonna once again. It's a tradition that we do this cursed spell that never hits anytime I use it. But I'm feeling emboldened. I am going to call forth a guiding bolt from the heavens at this big beast bird thing.
Go ahead and roll an attack. You're within 15 feet, so there's no need for you to make that DC 5 check. So it's just a flat attack roll.
Please hit this man.
What is the total?
I don't know. What is my total? I've just lost my mind.
It's going to be your charisma plus your proficiency.
Oh, so that would be 6 plus the 8 that I rolled. Is that it?
14?
Yes.
That is exactly its armor class. That is a hit.
Let's go.
It happened, everybody!
Oh my God.
Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay.
The winds of change are
Oh
upon
wait,
us.
I'm doing it wrong.
So it's 4d6
Yeah,
on
ignore
guiding bolt.
that.
I don't know if you've hit with a guiding bolt yet.
I don't think I ever have. That's why I'm so
Yeah,
ignorant
so
about
guiding
it.
bolt is crazy. It is 4d6 damage. You don't add anything else to the 4d6, but it's 4d6. And then the next attack against the creature has advantage.
14.
Hell yeah.
14 damage, bold-faced, very solid amount of damage against the creature. Truly a magnificent chunk has already been taken out of the creature. However, it is not bloodied. The next attack against it will have advantage, so that is something to keep in mind. Is there anything else that you would like to do on your turn?
That's it.
Okay. At the end of your turn, it is going to take its second legendary action. It is going to make a roll to determine what it is going to do. It is going to roll 8d6 and get rid of 6s. Zarathrian is now part of that chunk of people. So 1 being the bull over here, 2, 3, 4. It's going to attack this bull. Or this boar, sorry. So that is an 11 on the 11 total, which is a hit against this thing, and it is going to do. You watch this creature hoist the rock above its head. Mogs, you are sprayed with a mist of blood as this thing is instantly destroyed.
Oh.
It is immediately, it is crushed, it is vaporized.
Burn up.
Zarathrian kind of like, it's obvious Zarathrian is a spirit, so the blood does not impact him, but he still looks down as though he was splattered with blood, and then looks back up at the bird and goes like, I say, and it's going to...
He's so proper.
On his
I love
turn,
it.
he's going to step forwards to kind of like saddle up alongside Mogs, and he kind of like gives you a nod, Mogs, and goes like, good day to you, and then hoists his greatsword above his head, like
Toast.
literally full brute strength, is going to attack the creature twice. He has +5 to hit, and he does 2d6 plus 3 damage on a hit. The next attack against the creature has advantage, so he's making his first one with advantage.
Oh.
Definitely 2d6 plus 3 damage for 13 fucking damage.
Get him! I'm cheering for him.
Beautiful chunk there. And then he's going to make his second attack, this one without disadvantage, or without advantage. And that is also a hit, so another 2d6 plus 3 damage. Okay, that is good, but still, he did a lot of damage, sir. Was that 18
Hell yeah.
total damage?
Is that thing bloodied yet?
No.
Oh.
Oh
I'll
my
let you guys
god.
know right now, it's taken 73 damage and it's not.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is Zarathrian's turn. He's going to go ahead and end his turn there. Caius. All fucking way back here.
Oh god! After being
time
caught
to
off,
huff it.
after being caught off guard, he's gonna like whip around. He's gonna take a dash action.
Hell yeah. So from where you're at there, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and then 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
I should be able to just to get to that.
You can
or
get
hell, I don't-
right there,
Oh, yep.
including the diagonal movement, sort of like addition to
Gotcha.
movements.
All right, and you're gonna see him as he's sprinting. He's going into a rage.
Cool, so bonus action rage.
Yep. And it's
Describe for me
like
what that looks like, because I feel like Harvey's the only one who can catch it right now, but describe it to me.
bet. So he's like hoofing it through the snow, and as he's like running, you can just see like him burst into like a ball of fire, but out coming at behind him is now like a fiery tail.
Hell fucking yeah, dude.
And he's gonna get right here. But I can't, that's
cool.
all I can do right now.
Yeah, you get bonus action to bonus action to rage, action to dash, full movement to get up here, dash action to get up here. That's gonna be the end of your turn.
Yep.
Mogs, it is your turn. At the start of your turn, are you closing your eyes?
Yes.
Okay. Also at the start of your turn, is your mount controlled or uncontrolled?
Uncontrolled.
So So it is going to move after your turn as though it was its normal stat block using the normal rules.
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead and take your turn.
Okay. So Mogs currently doesn't have any reason to relocate. So she will once again do a booming blade.
Hell yeah. Go ahead and give me that attack roll. Natural 20. So
Damn.
what's your...
Let's go.
Amazing.
You're rolling 2d6 plus how much? 2d6 plus 4?
Is 2d6 plus 5.
5. Okay, so that would be 17 plus an extra 5 is 22 plus 2d6. So add 22 to whatever you roll on the 2d6. 30.
30.
Beautiful. Okay, very, very solid chunk of damage. Go ahead and mark that down there. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, yeah, so you crack into this thing with another 30 damage, wreathing it in more, ballistic energy as this occurs. Is there any particular flavor that you want to kind of attach to this?
Ah! Oh my god!
Okay, awesome. Give me a moment as I'm setting things up back here. No particular reason.
Do you need a moment?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay. And now, as a bonus action, she will command Webby to rend.
Roger that. So go ahead and, for all intents and purposes, you being the piloter of the character, you do have Webby stat block. Go ahead and make the attack.
Okay. So that uses my spell attack modifier. So that's plus 6. 10.
10. That is unfortunately a mess.
You know what? Can I inspiration hers?
Yeah. I mean, they're a class feature for you, so 100%.
I'll inspiration it.
Hell yeah. What's its damage?
What?
That is 1d8 plus proficiency.
So plus 2, so that's 10 plus a d8.
That's
Wow.
crazy. Get wrecked.
So
15.
15. Beautiful. Brings it down to there. I am gonna go ahead and say that at the end of the Caravan Master's turn and the beginning of this creature's turn, I'm gonna have everybody make either animal handling or insight. Once we get there, you'll know why. Is there anything you would like to do on your turn, Mogs? Aside from that.
I do not have move, and Webby is running independently. So that's
on its turn, it attempts the rend, and its command otherwise having been like approach and attack, it doesn't move. Beautiful. So it is the whole caravan's turn. So the Caravan Master is going to move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He's going to pull out a light crossbow, and he's going to make an attack roll. That is a miss. You're going to watch this road warden here kind of like gets to grips with what's going on here. This guy starts to try to usher himself and the donkey out of this situation. This horse bolts into the woods immediately, just fucking taking a dash action and getting as far as it can. This horse is going to attempt to make an athletics check to see if it can break the bridle that it has. It does not. Let me go ahead and move down the list here. This road warden is going to pull out what looks like... Actually, yeah, it's going to pull out what looks like a... It looks like they want to pull out a bow first, but they do see that the bulls, or the boars are directly beside them here, and instead favor drawing their short sword, and they're going to attempt to make an attack against one of these bulls here. Sorry, I keep calling them bulls. I don't know why. That is definitely a hit.
Bujar.
The Bujar. That is going to do 4 damage. Does not bloody the Bujar, but does do a good chunk of damage to it. You see that the caravan members that are back here are all trying to kind of get a gauge on what's going on here. This guy starts moving up as one of the road wardens. This guy starts moving back. Let me see. I think there's only one. Yeah, this guy 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. It's going to end his turn there. Beautiful. I think that does it for the caravan. That's going to bring us back to big boy, big creature. I'd like for everybody to make their choice of insight or animal handling. For context, just so that way everybody knows what you are trying to ascertain here, you're trying to ascertain the level of health of the creature. If you roll a nat 20, I will just tell you how much health it has.
Damn, dude.
I see a 5, a 4, a 13.
I'm a 7 total.
Beautiful.
Is Webby rolling as well?
Up to you. If you want them to, they can.
Straight up 4.
Damn.
4, awesome. Did anyone roll higher than a 10 total?
Haru did.
I did.
I got
rolled
10
a
exactly.
10 exactly? Okay. What did you roll, Harvey?
13 even.
13 even? The DC for this was 15. You guys don't get anything. It's hurt. It's not bloodied. So that way you guys are aware, it's taking 118 damage. It's not bloodied.
It'll take 118 more.
On
crazy.
its turn, it is going to... it garnishes a small amount of what looks like some amount of wherewithal as to the circumstances that are currently surrounding it. It is going to... The first thing that it's going to do, it's just taken a large chunk of damage from multiple sources here. It would rather not have done that. So it is going to use its standing leap feature. It's going to take the D8 from the booming blade, but its standing leap feature allows it to leap without provoking opportunity attacks.
I was just about to say something.
They're going to jump to here. And take that D8 from the booming blade. Go ahead and hit me with it, Ben. A very solid 7 damage.
Nice.
Punch that in there. Very, very nice. It makes the standing leap here, and Harvey, as it does so, you recognize it's not going for the wagon anymore. It's going for you. It looks like the crit that you managed to do being the highest amount of damage that it took in a single source of damage has kind of given it the wherewithal to understand it needs to kind of prioritize what's happening.
I want to look over my shoulder at Lumia like Jim from The Office.
I just shrug at him awkwardly like Pam.
Okay, so as of right now, what is your armor class, Harvey?
As of right now, my armor class is 14.
14? Okay. So what it's going to do is it's going to make its first attack against the wagon to try to knock you prone. Because if it destroys the wagon, you fall. Let me add that up. I need to... Hold on. Let me actually pull up the wagon's stat blocks here. Give me a second.
The wagon has stats.
Yeah, it's got a very simple stat block here. Because I am constantly confused whether it was 10 or 15 that its armor class was, and that matters here.
I think it's 15.
That may have been what I said, but I have something written down, and whatever that is here. 10 AC, 10 hardness, and 20 hit points. So that is a hit. It's going to do its damage, and if it is higher than its hardness of 10, it does end up destroying the wagon here.
Ooh,
That's gonna do it. So you guys watch as this wagon gets completely eviscerated. It gets destroyed. I actually do need to go to the storage board again to go and pull something out.
Oh.
You don't have to do that.
Have to. You're right.
Get out of here, horse! You're
The
free.
demons in me.
The demons. I'm just gonna go ahead and like pop that down over there and get that out of the way so that way I can like actually grab all of this. This is gonna look a little weird for a second because I'm erasing the floor beneath you all. And yes, Harvey, you're gonna remain suspended there for a moment. Just
It's
wait
like
there for a second.
it's like when Wile E. Coyote runs off the cliff. He's just like, oh shit, and floating there.
That's how I feel.
Are you about to take falling damage?
Oh god.
Yes, you are 10 feet
I
in the
think
air.
so, yeah.
So
Oh,
you're
no.
gonna take 2d6 falling damage and fall prone. I'll allow you to roll that falling damage.
You said it's 2?
Yeah,
2d6?
2d6.
So graciously allow you to roll your own damage.
Appreciate.
I mean, you know.
Damn.
Jesus fucking
Only I
Christ.
wasn't so great.
Oh no.
Oh.
You've been rolling too good. That's why he got you to roll
Your
it.
max hit
Yeah.
points are 19, right?
Yes.
So you're at 10.
Okay.
You just took 9
Yeah, yeah,
falling
yeah.
damage from
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
Oh.
Harvey, look out!
Oh.
It's
Oh,
going to use one of its special features to make a free attack against you as a bonus action because you are prone.
That is
I'm dead.
crazy.
No.
It is an advantage attack because you are prone.
Oh my
What's
god.
your AC again? What's that?
My AC is 14.
14? Okay.
Oh.
That's a miss.
Oh my god.
I'm going to let you do something here that's a little kooky. I want you
Okay.
to make a deception check. If you roll a high enough deception check to defeat the passive insight of this creature, it will be convinced that the attack it just made against you is the thing that killed you and move on to the next target. If you
Can
don't,
I-
it'll know you're alive.
Can I use recall to recall how good I am at deception and give myself advantage on my ability check?
If you can give me a specific instance in which recall would be beneficial here. Recall.
When
so
you- when
remind
you
me
make
what
an
the
ability
recall
to-
feature is.
So when you make an ability check using any skill you're proficient in, you can give yourself advantage on the check before rolling.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah. You're proficient in deception?
Yes.
Hell yeah. Then go ahead and roll with advantage.
Wait, you just make all proficient skill checks at advantage?
I'm sure it's a once
Yeah.
per long rest deal.
It's well, it depends on my. I can do it as many times as my proficiency bonus, but yeah.
So 2 times. That's crazy.
It didn't go well. I got a 6.
A 6? Okay. I can't tell you whether that succeeds or fails unless you tell me if you want to use your inspiration to roll that again.
I do.
Okay. You'll roll it with advantage again.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Inspiration's supposed to be strong.
Let me get that off and.
All right.
13.
This is 13. 13 is the total, right?
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. Let me pull up the creature's bonus to insight
Oh, this
because
is-
this is so just so that way you guys are you know up to speed on what I'm looking at here. The majority of beasts don't have proficiencies, but they still have a high wisdom score as a consequence of being creatures that live in the wilderness. This creature in particular, the DC was 14.
Damn.
Wait. Hold on a second.
Okay, so we've rolled the check. We've
Yes,
used inspiration.
that's
and
totally
we've used
okay.
Advantage.
That's total, and I'm totally cool with that.
Okay.
At the beginning of the combat, you said I did get my thing.
You do.
Could I expend a psionic die?
You may.
Oh. Okay.
I
This
was really hoping you would say that.
If you fail an ability check using a skill you have proficiency in, you can roll 1 psionic die and add the number to the check.
So that's
Oh.
going to make you succeed.
Yes.
Holy fucking shit. So like let's reel it back for a moment and like come out of the intensity of this combat just for the briefest of moments to acknowledge that Harvey, as long as they are proficient in a skill, can roll that skill with advantage, and if they fail, can roll and add a d6 to the skill. Harvey is fucking crazy at skill checks that they're proficient in.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Good thing my rolls suck because I definitely need them.
Yeah, I mean, like, you want to know how to counteract bad rolls? Play a rogue.
Oh.
Like, for real, just play a rogue. So you pull your, like, I don't know, you've trained as like an actor or some shit. You pull
I go
that,
flat and I look down and
you tongue out and everything. The
Yeah.
creature's convinced you're dead. Now I am going to say, if it ever leaves your reach and you decide to take an opportunity attack against it, that's obviously going to be a tell. That's going to tell it that you're not dead, but...
totally fair.
So it is then going to move. It's going to move... You know what? This is like an interesting consequence. It is going to effectively trample over you. It's not going to do any damage to you, but it is going to mean that trying to get up will be harder. So that's what it's going to do for there.
Like,
That is
standing on me.
It's going to make an attack against Zerathrian.
Oh,
Zerathrian's armor class, I believe, is fucking like 8. Yep, yeah. It misses.
oh well.
Oh,
What
Suck
happened to the initiative?
yeah, the initiative thing.
Oh yeah,
What's
where did the initiative thing go?
Should still be
There it is.
Oh, there it is.
Here we go.
Yeah, so it's going to make an attack against Zerathrian. It full whiffs, and that is going to be the Bujar's turn. So as this turn begins, you guys do spot there are more Bujar coming out of the woodwork here.
Oh God.
Oh.
Oh.
You spot another 4. So we're going to say the movement and their turn was getting up to here. That's where they're going to go ahead and end their turns. But then the other Bujar that are still here, the 3 of them that are here, are going to continue their turns. So you actually spot these 2 are going to start making attacks against the Road Warden Scout that you have here. Oh, I'm so sorry. I did forget to roll a d6 at the beginning of the turn. One of the caravan is dead. And no, it's impossible to fail. You would have to roll negative, and even a 1 is still just a 0, and that will not make anybody flee, so no need. But that might change here very quickly. As these
And also, for reference, that I could have theoretically deflected that attack. You rolled a nat
so
1,
sorry.
but
Yeah.
it's gonna take some getting used to. I'll just
I'll try to get on the up and up on that. If it's at all possible, feel free to interrupt me while I'm speaking, just so that way you can get it out, because I tend to like try to roll through combat as quick as I can.
Yeah.
So both of these Bujar are going to attempt to make attacks against this Road Warden guy here. One of those is definitely a hit. Not enough to kill, but enough to injure gravely. So this guy is not doing very, very well. He is bloodied.
Oh gosh.
And then this Bujar here is going to note that Caius is behind him. And let me check their stat block here real quick. You know what? I'm going to roll a wisdom save for it real quick.
did our road warden friends knock it on the initiative tracker?
It's the Caravan Master.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're part of the Caravan. Natural 1 on its wisdom saving throw. So, Caius, you sprint up to this Bujar as it is like getting ready to charge into Mogs. It spots you and gets intimidated enough by you to where it is not going to turn to face you, and it is still going to attempt to sprint towards Mogs. It effectively, that save was to see, like, does it want to stay here and fight you, or does it want to try and run away? So you're going to get an opportunity attack.
Fair
I don't
enough.
blame him, honestly.
That fucking fiery, flaming tail guy starts sprinting forwards. Ooh, yeah, that's a hit. Go ahead and roll that damage.
So, okay, what is that?
Remember, you're adding an additional 1 to this because you
Yeah.
have your hand wraps. So whatever your strength mod is, +1.
Gotcha.
I think that should be 5 total.
So that's 7 plus 2 because I'm raging, so 9.
Well, so you rolled a 6 on the die. Then you got
was that a
plus 2.
6?
You got plus 2 because you're raging, so that goes up to 8. Then you add your strength.
Oh, that is. Oh, yeah, that's right. Damn,
Your strength
hang
is
on.
plus 4, right?
Yeah, it's plus 4.
So that goes up to 12, and then you add the plus 1 from your weapon.
So
That goes
13.
up to 13.
Yeah.
You describe for me the manner by which you kill the Bujar.
This is coming up like right after he comes up sprinting. Caius sees this, and I'm pretty sure I'm taller. Am I taller than this thing?
Oh, 100%.
So yeah, Caius just like in mid sprint reels his hand back and just slams it down on top of him.
Yeah, you guys
sprinting.
this wild haymaker, this like reverse uppercut as Caius effectively angles their body. You almost like angle your body sideways in some way, using your tail of flame to almost like support your weight, and use the momentum of your sprint to like you break its spine. It's just dead.
Jesus.
Fully dead. A very good turn, or a very good reaction from Caius there. That is going to end the Bujar's turn. And at the end of the Bujar's turn, the mystery creature is going to take one of its legendary actions. The legendary action that it is going to perform, let me pull it up here. Beautiful. Let me check the radius on this.
Oh.
Radius?
Hold on.
Radius?
So I need for Zerathrian, Mogs, Caius, and Lumia to make strength saving throws.
Oh, okay.
So this is not a roll to hit situation.
Nope. No saving throws. I'm also going to roll for the horse that is over here. Give me a second. Okay, horse is fine. I'm going to roll for the 2 bulls that are over here. We'll roll for the one that's closest to him. That bull fails. And then we'll roll for this bull over here.
Okay.
That bull also fails. And then we're going to roll for these 2 horses. That horse fails. And then we're going to roll for this horse. That horse succeeds. Oh, actually, let me back. No, that horse fails.
You said saving throw, right?
Yep, a strength saving throw.
Okay.
I'll roll for Zerathriel. He's got a +3. That is a success. Okay. Caius, what did you get?
I got an 18.
18, you are safe. What did Mogs get, and what did your Steel Defender get?
Mogs got a 3. Webby got a 17.
Okay. Mogs falls prone, but Webby does not. This will knock you off of your mount. You can choose to be in the same spot you are now. I actually do think that would have to be what happens. Is you fall adjacent to it, so you have to be like one of these squares. I'm going to randomize it.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll just re-roll 6s. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. You'll give me a second. I'm gonna pop original Mogs out, just to represent where you are for now. And you are prone. And then Lumia, what did you roll?
The way I forgot OG Mog's size.
I rolled a 7 and I have a +1, so it's an 8.
You fall prone. Anyone who failed their saving throw also takes 2d6 bludgeoning damage. So that would be Mogs. I'll roll the damage for you first. Only 4.
Do I also take a damage for falling?
No, you didn't fall that far.
Okay.
So you take 4 damage, reduces you to 20, I believe, because you haven't taken any damage yet. Lumia, you take 2d6. 11.
Of course.
Damn.
It could be no other way.
Oh, I forgot to roll for this Road Warden guy. Give me a second. Okay,
I'm
he's
sworn to carry your burdens.
good. So we'll roll for this first Bujar. So that is 5. That Bujar is now bloodied. This second Bujar. That is 6. That Bujar is now also bloodied. And these 2 horses. So we'll roll for this one up here. That horse is dead. And then this horse is super dead.
Oh, no.
So this wagon has been rendered inoperable. That is functionally 2 wagons that have been destroyed out of 5.
Oh God.
Now, I believe that is that. Yeah, so that was its legendary action. Harvey.
Does that mean all the stuff in there was ruined as well?
All the stuff in the
wagons.
So the stuff in the wagon that is destroyed, fully gone. The stuff in that wagon is still there. It's just you don't know
Caius' stuff.
You leave me alone.
Sorry.
So Harvey, I'm going to go ahead and let you know right now that the check that will be required for you to squeeze out from under this creature and stand up is a substantially high athletics check.
Okay.
You can choose to take your turn pinned down by this creature if you want to.
I would like to try to get out.
Okay. This will be no action cost, but I'll say you can only do this 1 time on your turn. If you succeed, you can sort of jettison yourself, to one of these 3 squares, and then take your turn from there.
Okay.
Jettisoning yourself will cost 10 feet of your movement to do so, and then to stand will cost half of your movement from there. So what's the total on your athletics check?
Athletics, that is just a straight 7.
Dude, this thing's fucking heavy.
Yeah.
This thing is really.
I'm sure.
really
I'm sure it is.
heavy.
It's gigantic.
You're stuck.
Damn. Oh my God.
You're pinned. You could hold an action to do something.
Were
if it
those
decides to
muffled
move.
words?
Yeah. Like what?
Attack if the creature moves, or if you get to your turn and nothing has happened. Attack if an ally provides ample opportunity to. You could also say, like, if the creature gets off of me, I will hold a dash action and use it to stand and move 15 feet in this direction.
I'll do that. Yeah.
Cool. So designate for me the direction you want to move and how far you want to go.
I would like to go. Because standing up is going to be half my movement.
Yeah, standing up is half the movement, but
So
then you've
I'll
got 15
left.
feet. And remember, 2 diagonals is 15. So you could go here, because that's 2, or you can go like 1, 2, 3. You can go here.
Can I go? Oh, yeah. I'll go like.
I'll say
I'll
through.
go to this.
Yeah, for sure. You can end up here pretty easily.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that.
Hell yeah. So if it moves off of you, you are holding your action for that as the trigger. And then the action will be to move here. Now, I'm going to ask you for one more piece of specificity. Do you still want to do it if you're at risk of taking an opportunity attack?
No.
Okay. So you won't use it if you're going to take an opportunity attack, but you will if you won't.
Correct.
You do have a bonus action on your turn. I don't know if you want to do anything specific with it, or do you just want to take the hide action?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna take hide. Honestly,
yeah, go ahead.
I got I'm at half health.
Yeah,
I get hit once, I'm done.
That one hit. Well, that wasn't even a hit. That was
I
that
just
was
fell.
Falling damage. Make a stealth check. Big money, dude. All right, what's the total? You're a rogue.
13.
13? Okay. Very solid. Very, very solid. I think that's going to be the end of Harvey's turn. Shit. All right, that brings us to Lumia. Lumia, you are prone. You have been knocked on your ass. The buffeting of this creature's wings. It draws these 2 wings that were folded onto its backside abreast and starts to lash into the snow with this massive wingspan, blowing up snow, and the fires that were adjacent are starting to like spread as a consequence of this sudden gust of wind. You see Harvey is pinned beneath one of these creatures' massive taloned hind legs, but your head is spinning from being knocked prone here as you sort of like smacked your head against the ground beneath you.
Yeah.
Another one of those familiar snow-covered rocks found your head again.
I can't fucking wait to get out of the snow. I've had enough.
You guys are gonna be out of here soon. Don't worry.
I don't even know what I can do when I'm prone. I gotta be honest.
So
do I just sit
if
here?
you're prone, all movement is difficult terrain. So moving costs double. There's no penalty to... Well, actually, I'm not sure if there's penalty to ranged attacks. There's no penalty to saving throws or like spellcasting or stuff, but standing up costs half of your movement. Ranged attacks made against you while you're prone are at disadvantage, but melee attacks that are made against you while you're prone are made at advantage. So if anything were to come up to you while you're prone, it's going to attack you using 2d20 and taking the highest. Prone's generally not a good condition.
Okay.
Unless you're taking fire from, like, a ranged combatant.
But I can still cast spells from my back, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, you can. It's just a matter of whether or not you would want to do that. You have your full movement. It doesn't cost you anything to... It costs you 15 feet of that movement to stand up, and then you have your other 15 feet to do with as you please and reposition.
Okay. So, all right, this may be controversial. I'm gonna stay down, but I am going to,
Let me check something, because I need to see if prone applies disadvantage to attacking. Yeah, so if you're making an attack roll, whether it is a spell or not, it does have disadvantage. But if it's a saving throw that you're forcing the creature to make, that's fine.
What if I'm giving a supportive action to an ally and not attacking anything at all?
What would you like to do?
I would first like to cast Bless.
Okay. First or second level?
I am going to be judicious and keep this at the first level, actually, because I need to do something else. So
Solid.
that's three targets,
three
I think, that are
creatures?
within
Yes.
30 feet.
So which 3 creatures would you like to bless? And why is it the 2 Bujars and the mystery creature?
How did you guess? I am going to cast Bless on Mogs. I'm going to cast Bless on the Road Warden to the left of Mogs.
Okay.
And I am going to cast Bless on myself.
Roger Dodger. Let me go ahead and mark that down. Bless. Remember, you are concentrating on Bless. That is an action to do so. You do still have your movement and bonus action.
Okay.
And do you give Zarathrian any additional commands? No action cost to do so.
Attack Big Bird.
It says,
him.
understood, milady. I'll make sure to do that.
I like
It's
this.
very big. How did we get here, by the way? What's happening?
We'll have to answer some
I
of those
sort
questions
of
later.
was airdropped in here. I'm not 100% sure what we're doing, really.
Oh god.
I'm sorry, it makes me laugh so hard.
Just kind of feels a little sudden.
Just a
Feels
little
sudden to us
unsure.
too, buddy.
Oh, so this is an ambush. Got it. Understood.
Oh god, I'm choking.
He seems to like lock in when you effectively say that it was an ambush, and he's like, "Oh, okay. So you're a cowardly knave that would rather catch people off guard," and starts to
Cowardly
flare up to this
knave?
fucking bird.
Yeah, what's up with that?
I like it. I like
He
this.
needs to watch his
a lot.
language.
It seems like the context that this is a mindless creature that is hacking away at things it doesn't understand is fully lost on this guy, and he assumes that the creature has some form of sentience. Because he squares up to it and he starts going like, "You will rue the day that you attempted to attack my master in such a way." And it's like, the creature just goes like, and like, that's it.
I like this guy.
Is there anything else you want to do on your turn, Lumi?
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can. I don't know if I can. I know that this is a suboptimal healing spell, but I'm cooking with what I got. So is Harvey, let me ask you this. Is Harvey, are you within 60 feet of me? No? Yes?
I don't know.
I'm gonna make mention of something. There is an often forgotten and seldom.
Shit.
There's a rule in 5th edition. You can cast one spell that takes a spell slot per turn, unless otherwise specified.
Oh!
So you've cast Bless.
I didn't realize
which
that. I just saw
means-
bonus action.
So
I was like, here we go.
if you want to retcon that, you absolutely can.
No.
I'm not gonna hold you to it.
We're good.
But if you wanted to healing word, that would have to you would have to not bless in order to healing word.
Nope, that is totally fine. I am gonna. Yeah, I'm just gonna. Wait,
Chill
that's
out.
touch. I can't touch.
Maxing and relaxing.
Yeah, I think I have to just sit. So that's the end of my turn.
Just gonna strike a pose. Just kind of put your arm under your head. Just be like,
He's
well,
gonna hang out.
I'm here now. Okay, so Zarathrian is going to go to town on this guy. He's just gonna make 2 attacks against the bird monster. I will roll them both at the same time. Bird monster has an armor class of 14, and this guy has a bonus of +5 to hit, which means he needs a 9 on either of these to hit. So he hits once for 2d6 plus 3 damage. A total of 8 damage into the creature, a very solid chunk from what is functionally like a free thing that you get. Go ahead and mark that down. Beautiful. Okie dokie. That is going to end his turn. He kind of interposes himself between this creature and Mogs, almost seeming to want to make sure that the creature attacks him rather than Mogs. He has some understanding of the fact that he's a spirit who can be resummoned, and so he's like, if I die, it doesn't really matter. Caius, it is your turn.
Alrighty. Caius
let me get this set of boards and wheels out of here. There we go.
Oh, okay. I was like, am I gonna have to backhand spring off of that to attack?
Nope.
Now I have a question.
Hit me.
Is the shove action like considered an attack?
Yes, it is a substitute for an attack during the attack action.
Okay, gotcha. So if that's the case, Caius will absolutely try to run up to. Hang on, get out of here. There we go. Caius is gonna run up to here.
All right.
Well, first off, am I able to shove this thing?
As of this very moment, it is 1 size larger than you can shove. Also, to note, this square or this square or this square. These are because I know that this one is like a little bit of a misnomer, but he's occupying that square.
Oh, okay. So these 3 here.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I can't shove it. Gotcha.
Now, grappling is a thing you can do as long as you're okay with it moving you with it rather than you moving it. So as long as you basically are mounting the creature rather than, properly grappling it.
Oh.
So if it decides to move, you're going to move with it. Unless it shakes you off.
Then yeah, let's, Okay. You know what? No, I'm gonna go ahead and just run up and try to hit this guy.
All right,
run up and try to hit him.
Give me an attack roll. You see Harvey pinned beneath.
Yeah, exactly.
It's heel.
This is why I wanted to try and get him. Try to shove. Yeah. All right.
What the fuck? Oh my god. Okay. Well,
that was cool.
Dude.
Trick shot.
That's a hit. Go ahead.
All right. So.
So this is gonna 8 plus like fucking 7, I think. You got 4 strength, 1 because of your item, and then 2 because of rage. So yeah, whatever this D8 is, add 7 to it.
Gotcha. Okay.
Crazy average damage, by the way.
And throw.
14 damage.
So yeah, 14. Beautiful. All right, and he's really just gonna run, and then he's gonna jump and like basically go for the beak.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm assuming it's kind of like a down hammer fist kind of deal. You make a leap and get up to this thing. It is lashing out as things are happening around it. It buffeted things with its wings. It recently destroyed the wagon that was adjacent to it. It's pinning Harvey beneath it. It has killed 2 of the horses. The other horses are starting to flee. The caravan is starting to be dismantled by this creature just existing here. I would like for Caius to make... Tell me what your highest is between animal handling, insight, or nature.
My highest, you say animal handling... Insight or nature?
Yes.
It'll be nature.
Nature? Make a nature check for me.
Okay.
You crack into this thing's beak. Ooh,
that's a 20. Oh, soft 20.
Soft 20. Good. You crack into this creature's beak, and as it reels and then subsequently looks down at you, you see that there's a milky white film over its eyes. It looks unfocused, unsure of where it is, unsure what it's doing. And there's no clarity there. The creature is confused as to what is happening around it. And you gauge that it will act on the basest of instincts when it is bloodied to flee. As of right now, it is not bloodied. It has taken 147 damage.
Oh my god. Well, I guess after he clocks this, he's gonna like try and do as much damage to get it to flee.
Yeah, you want to use your inspiration to attack again?
I do.
Hell yeah, go ahead and give it to me.
Alrighty.
I will say you guys are getting close to it being bloodied. You are actually very, very close. Props to, I know that like there's 2 or like 3 crits in there, but like props to the amount of damage you guys have done. That's crazy.
I would like to so right after I jump up and punch this guy, Kai's does like a midair spin to do a tail attack.
Oh hell yeah. Go ahead and hit him with it. What do we got?
Ugh.
Oh no, he farted on him instead.
Oh no. What's the total?
Total, hang on, Jesus.
I think it's +7, so that's 12?
Is yes.
The hand reps add +1 to your unarmed attacks as well.
Yeah.
So strength. Yeah, gotcha. So 12 is close, but not quite. You're getting familiar with this new trait that you seem to have. Did Kai's intentionally do that with the tail, like create the tail, or is it just something that kind of happened?
It just kind of happened. This is a first for him.
Well, you'll have some meditation to be doing after this to figure out what the hell is going on. But in the moment you see the tail, as you jump up and crack into this creature's beak, you see the tail in your peripheral vision, and instinctually, acting fully on an animalistic instinct, whip across with the tail, and it narrowly manages to reel backwards. Is there anything else that you would like to do?
Nope, that's all I got.
Roger Dodger.
Mogs, wait a minute.
Oh, hit me with it. What do you got?
I don't know. Can I reckless attack that? Actually,
you can reckless attack both of them technically. Reckless attack is something you determine when you take the attack action, which lets you roll advantage for the whole turn at the cost of being rolled against with advantage. So roll another d20 to see if the first one crits. Okay, and roll another d20 to see if you hit or crit with the second one.
Oh, it got worse.
That's a hit.
Oh, it is?
That's a hit. +7, that's a 16. It's got 14 armor.
Oh, yeah.
Roll a d8 +7. Dude, reckless attack is the best. I love the feature so much.
11.
11 damage. Okay. So you crack in with another 11 damage, manage to get this thing a little further to its bloodied state that you are at least keenly aware will cause it to turn tail and run. Is there anything else that you want to do? Do you want to call out to your friends and let them know?
I was gonna let everybody know. So I don't think this thing is acting as of its own volition, guys.
You see Zarathrian kind of turns to look at you and goes, "Good day, great warrior. Where's your weapon?"
So, who are you?
I'm Zarathrian. I'm Lady Lumia's aide. What? Who are you?
Gotcha, ally.
Oh, yeah.
I'm Caius.
Okay, pleasure to meet you, Caius.
I don't think this is the time for conversation, Mike.
Probably true.
He after he does the tail swipe, he comes to a sliding stop. He's like, "Hi, my name is Zarathrian."
Hold that hand.
But yeah, that's all Caius has now.
All right, Mogs, it is your go. Start of the turn. Are you closing your eyes?
All right. Let me double check with you if my theory works.
Okay.
I prepare a reaction to use Booming Blade when I am in range of Beastie.
Okay.
I leave Webby as independent and give her the direction to come pick me up and move me towards the beast.
Pick you up and move you towards the beast. Okay. So here's the struggle with that.
Yeah.
You would need to mount them. They cannot put you on top of them.
Okay.
So you would need to spend the movement required to stand up and then spend the movement required to mount, which is going to be all of your movement during your turn, but it still leaves your action and your bonus action.
Mm-hmm.
Now, with that being said, you could You could start the turn, close your eyes. They're within 5 feet of you, so you stand up and then you mount them, and then you use action to hold, and then you use bonus action to command. So the only thing that changes here is that you're using your movement to mount them.
Okay.
Everything else, yes, that 100% works the way that you want it to.
In that case, I don't think I need to do it in that fashion. Then I could just do it controlled ways, but it doesn't. It ultimately winds up being the same thing either way.
Yeah, we'll just say so. You guys, I'm assuming eyes closed this turn.
Yes.
Okay, so you stand, and then you use the other 15 feet of your movement to mount your Steel Defender. Now that you are mounted to the Steel Defender, you can use your action to hold to attack the creature when you are adjacent to it. You use your bonus action to tell your creature to move adjacent and make an attack. On its turn, it is going to move in the shortest path possible right here, triggering your reaction, and then it will also use Rend after your reaction has gone off. So this will burn your reaction.
Okay, cool.
Okay, go ahead and make that attack for me. You got advantage on this, and then make the Rend. Awesome, that's definitely a hit.
All right. That is... so another 9 damage
9 damage, awesome.
as
Okay,
it thrums with energy once more.
so another movement will be another D8.
Yeah.
Very, very solid. And good considering that it has the ability to avoid opportunity attacks, knowing that it'll still take the D8.
And then Webby uses my spell attack modifier.
Definitely gonna hit.
That's a 20 and does, what was it? 1d8 plus proficiency.
So D8 plus 2 for
There's
5
7.
damage. Really, really solid. Let me go ahead and put 7 in here. It is almost there, guys. It is so close. You can almost taste it.
Oh my goodness.
Doing it.
It's the caravan's turn. Caravan Master is starting to see the horses fleeing, people dying. He's going to effectively turn to the guy who's running here and the other guy to basically get them to go. And then he's going to make a crossbow attack against this creature. Actually, no, he sees Harvey. I think what he's going to do, I don't think the movement lines up for this, but I'm going to let this work anyways. If Harvey allows it, the Caravan Master is going to try to come up to Harvey to pull you out from under the creature. The Caravan Master will take an opportunity attack from the creature if he does this.
Ooh.
And again, if the Caravan Master is dead, the caravan cannot continue.
Am I allowed to know how many points, how much HP the Caravan Master has?
Yeah, let me pull it up here. The Caravan Master has 12 hit points.
No, stay away.
Wow.
He is going to
I'm
hold
gonna
up
shake
his
my head at him.
Yeah, okay, he sees that, and he sort of snarls, holds up a light crossbow, and fires it at the creature instead.
You do the from Man of Steel where he holds up with a hand, shakes his head.
God damn it. The crossbow whiffs. He seems a little frustrated, but nonetheless does sort of belay the order of coming closer. This guy's going to move 5, 10, 15. 15. Let me see. This horse is going to fuck off. This horse goes wherever it can. Just get the hell out of here. This other horse abandons the horse that was in the woods, is fully gone. This guy dismounts the wagon and starts running.
Oh.
Oh, actually, yeah. At the start of the next turn, I think it's still just one person who has died. You guys have managed to keep casualties to a minimum, which is pretty impressive. So the next person that dies, I will start rolling d6s to see if anybody else flees. But this guy is going to get behind the caravan here. You see that this guy approaches, takes another 5-foot step, and you actually watch he hoists out a spell book and casts a firebolt into the big guy.
The way my heart sank a little bit when you said, I thought you said fireball.
Fireball.
I was like, what?
No, he manages to do
We all
4
died.
damage. He actually
good.
manages to do a good chunk of damage into the
Hell
creature. What's up?
Sorry, do we know what that thing is called? Or
Nope.
no?
So, in fact, the scientists that are with... So, I haven't represented the scientists on the board. But the scientists that are with you are basically like, what the fuck is that? The scientists with the literal titles of people who wrote the book on monsters are like, what the hell is that?
Wait,
5, 10.
Hang on, I had Bless. What does Bless do?
Adds a d4 to attack rolls and stuff.
Oh, okay, I didn't miss.
Accent saves.
So he's gonna move up there, and then this donkey is gonna move back this way, and then this guy's gonna move back that way. Cool. So that was the caravan's turn. It is big scary monster thing's turn. So it's the start of its turn.
It is.
Sees the circumstances surrounding itself. It understands the consequences of it dying or, of something happening to it here. And then it happens to see that there are 4 people lined up like bowling pins. And it's going to use its thing to avoid opportunity attacks and tank the d8 from Booming Blade to move here. So go ahead and roll the d8 for me. Harvey, it has moved off of you. Would you like to...
Am I far enough away to where I won't trigger an opportunity attack?
You will trigger an opportunity attack.
I'm gonna just keep hanging out.
Okay. Harvey is still doing their best.
If that thing
course
hits me, I'm
impression.
dead.
Jeez.
Yeah, honestly,
That is
it's
valid.
a
Actively
story
stuck
amount of
here,
damage.
yeah.
5 more damage.
5 more damage. Awesome. Let me go ahead and mark that down. It's so fucking close. God damn it.
I was really hoping.
Yeah. So it is going to take the boulder it has been holding this entire time and rear it back like a football pitch. And it is going to attack
Oh,
a
no.
60-foot line. So I would like for everyone in this line to make a dexterity saving throw. I'm going to remind Caius that you have advantage because you can see the attack.
I have danger sense.
You have danger sense. You sense danger as the creature is about to throw a big rock.
I feel like that's almost worse. I'd rather it just kill me.
Let me see something.
I have Bless on this.
Let me take a look at Bless and see what I think.
I already
applies.
have it.
It is-
I'm helping, please. I
Yeah.
want to help you.
Yep, attack
You
rolls and
bless-
saving throws.
Yeah.
So it'll be Bless onto Mogs and then Bless onto the other Road Warden. He's gonna fucking need it.
And that's a D4.
Yep, it's a D4. Actually, no, I don't know if the Road Warden can survive this. I'll roll the other guy's stuff after everybody else has rolled. So remember, dexterity saving throw.
And this doesn't count as a. This doesn't. The whatever this thing is called. It's not an attack roll, is it?
It is not. It is forcing saving throws.
Okay.
Okay, let me check Zerathrian here, or Zerathriel, whatever the fuck. Zerathrian. He has +0. Oh god.
Doesn't need it. Oh, I thought that was
no.
a 19.
I just thought it was too. That is an unfortunate failure, and I...
Huh?
Was that for the Steel Defender? Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh gosh.
I'm not even gonna roll for this guy here, but I am gonna roll for this guy back here.
For which guy?
We're
This
not
guy.
rolling.
Oh.
Oh Jesus. Okay.
Oh,
So-
wait. I'm sorry. We're not going to roll for the Road Warden?
It is impossible for him to survive this, even if he succeeds the save.
Oh.
He is dead no matter
bummer.
what happens here. He had 1 health left.
Oh, well, that's valid.
So
Dang it. I was gonna see if I could catch the boulder.
So fortunately enough, it rolled very poorly, but it's still 13 damage to anybody who rolled below a 14. So let's go ahead and go. What did you roll, Caius?
I got a 12.
A 12. You're going to half this damage because it is bludgeoning damage and you are raging. So it goes from 13 to 6. So you'll only take 6 damage and you'll go down from 31 to 25.
Oh, you did it. You got it. You got it. How do I do that?
Now,
There we go.
Mogs, what was your total?
Oops.
And
10. So that is 13 straight out. So that will reduce you to 7.
yeah,
And the Steel Defender also takes the 13.
yeah.
What does that reduce them to?
That reduces them to 8.
8 out of how much?
21.
Okay. I'm going to use one of your stats on Moggs' actual stat sheet in Tailspire to represent that. We'll use stat 2. We'll rename it later. Zarathrian also failed. He's going to take the full 13. Fortunately enough, he has 52 fucking health, so he doesn't care.
Wow.
This guy gets vaporized, and this guy also
No!
gets vaporized. Yeah, you guys watch this creature rear back with
Are these things dead?
No, they're prone.
Okay.
But he
Alright.
rears back with this this boulder in one of its claws, and you actually notice the claw has what looks like almost like a thumb talon. It's a little strange looking, not like articulated exactly like a thumb, but that's how it is holding the stone in its paw, in its like talons. It rears it back and literally rolls it on the ground like it's a bowling ball, striking all of you guys in the process. Now that is going to end its turn, bringing us to the Bujar. So the
Oh, thank God it
Bujar-
doesn't have more than one attack.
Well, that is a special action that it can
Oh, okay.
take. So
Don't remind
this
him.
guy- I'm gonna stand up. I'm gonna stand up. This guy's going to attack Zarathrian, and then this boar is going to see that there's a prone target right there. He's going to charge straight for Lumia. And then this one is also going to move. Actually, no, I'd say your deception check is enough to deceive these guys too. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna literally bully Harvey on the ground. That would be a little fucked up. They're gonna move up here. They're gonna move up here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Well, you know, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, fuck it.
Christ.
Oh my God, I forgot about that.
Big
That
army.
there were that many.
Cool. So we'll go ahead and make the Bujar that is charging into Lumia attack first. So Lumia, you are prone. It will be making this attack with advantage.
Rolling to see if it hits, or it's just.
This is rolling to see if it hits. So it has a bonus of +3. That is a total of 21. What is your current armor class?
My armor class is exactly 21.
Exactly 21. Damn. So you've got your shield and you've got your +1 armor. It is
Yep.
truly difficult to try to surmount that. They need to roll an 18 on a die to do it, but they do manage to. So it did move in a straight line at least 10 feet towards you, so it is going to get an additional d6 on this and do 2d6 plus 1 for a total of 9 damage, reducing Lumia to 1 health.
Oh,
What the
no.
fuck?
Then I believe that at least 2 of these did the same. This guy is actually going to take the dodge action on his turn, but this guy's gonna. You know what? No, we'll make this guy do an attack against Zarathrian first. Oh God, Zarathrian, no.
Oh.
So that's 13 plus 2d6. So that's 20 damage to Zarathrian. Zarathrian was at first like, haha, I'll be fine. And now he's at 19 and he's like, oh no. He now needs to make a strength saving throw or be knocked prone. He's fine. And then this guy is going to
Man in the
make an
world.
attack against him and misses. And then this guy is going to make an attack against Mogs here. Would you like to impose any amount of disadvantage or advantage on this because it's trying to attack you instead of your creature?
Yes.
Sorry, I should have asked that before.
Webby will use the deflect.
Okay. So disadvantage, correct?
Correct.
Awesome. And that is, yeah, definitely full miss. And then this guy is going to attempt to attack the big one. Oh my God, this will be fucking hysterical if this is what bloodies the creature. This will be so funny. So it's 13 plus 2d6. 19.
Damn.
After doing a total of 202 damage to the creature, it is officially bloodied. You guys can either allow the creature to take flight now to flee the scene of combat, or let it do that on its next turn. If you choose for the latter, it will still get its legendary actions.
I think we should just
you can either let it run
the thing
now,
go.
or let it stay and get its legendary actions.
Get it out of here, coach.
Yeah.
All right, we got
bye.
three for let it
Get
go.
it out of here, coach.
Ben, how do you feel? Letting it go?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be real. I was supposed to be in bed like an hour ago.
Okay. Where the fuck did it just... It's under the ground.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's gone. It disappears. Oh, wow, that's... I don't know how that happened.
Imagine.
The creature does not take flight so much as it continues to barrel through other trees, continuing off in this direction and leaving the caravan to its devices. You guys watch. Do you want to allow the Bujar to flee? Because if you do, the Bujar will pursue this creature.
I'm totally fine with that personally.
Yeah, if they're not trying to attack us or anything, then why would we continue?
Yeah.
Cool. I mean, they like barrel through you guys in order to get to this thing, so there might be some chip damage that happens as they like rush past you. They seem to be hostile in general. They do seem to just be generally hostile, not just to this creature. But as the creature tries to flee, they chase after it. So they'll maybe do a damage or two as they sprint past you. But otherwise, this is going to conclude combat.
Oh my god.
Thank God.
I'll go ahead and remove the Bujar from the match here.
Am I on fire? Is that what that?
No. It's the
Oh, I'm just like
the
next
wagon
to it.
that was knocked.
I thought I was knocked over and on fire.
You just spontaneously burst into flames. So 2 of the 3 wagons ended up being rendered inoperable. It's potentially possible for one of the wagons to be brought back up to snuff with half of the horsepower, but it will slow the caravan down as possible. It's not, going to be the most impossible thing in the world. You actually see Zarathrian sort of turns to you.
Harvey, you're alive.
Dashes over to you and make sure that you're okay.
Hello. I want to be like a pancake.
You're like a you look like you just got put through like a rolling press. Like a piece of paper.
Oh no.
But
Oh my
otherwise,
gosh.
everyone is conscious. There were, I believe, 3 casualties in total, 2 of them being road wardens, leaving 3 of the 5 road wardens still alive. But otherwise, the caravan can continue. You see the caravan master kind of run up to you, Harvey, and like gives you a once-over and goes like, "All right, you conscious? I'm surprised you managed to survive that amount of pressure for that long."
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Lungs are crushed.
Are your lungs good?
I think I'll be okay.
All right. Are you sure? Gives you like one more.
Yes. Harvey's like super upset right now.
All right. I'm gonna go tend to the wounded. Would you mind helping me with corralling the horses and getting everything back on track?
Of course.
Thank you. He starts to like.
Do.
He starts to collect the 3 bodies that are made. Zarathrian kneels down beside you, Lumia, and offers out a hand for you to be brought to your feet.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm just kind of like crunchy and crinkly because, I'm half dead.
Of course, my lady. I apologize. My first showing, and I nearly failed. Let my ward die. I apologize.
You fought admirably. It's fine. Thank you.
He makes a bow, and as the minute sort of duration of his stay here expires, dissipates into a golden mist.
Ooh.
You were such a brave girl.
I am going to go ahead and actually make him a unique character, so he will be able to this model will be summoned again in future. But as the four of you and your new your new construct companion come to terms with the new creature that you have fought. The scientists emerge from where it is that they were hiding in order to avoid being killed during this confrontation. They both emerge and they kind of like put hands on their heads and look to each other and they're like, so this is revolutionary, right? Am I understanding this correctly? Not only is this a new creature species that we are seeing, it bore the same resemblance to all the others that we have seen. Yes, and you see that the high elf individual kind of nods. He goes, "It would appear so, my young companion. We're going to need to jot this down. Could you do me a favor and inform our new road warden companions of the consequences this may have? I'm fairly certain you mentioned one of them was interested in monstrology, or at least monster cores." And you see that the gnome kind of nods and goes, yes, they absolutely were. You give me a moment. He approaches you guys. Let me pull them up, because I'm fucking not remembering their name again.
What's his name?
Pollinex Bombadex.
There it is. Pollinex. I almost say Kleenex.
Dr. Kleenex approaches the four of you and sort of like takes a brief moment to bow and says, Thank you for your bravery during this encounter. I'm not sure any of us expected this, but the five of you fought admirably, and I feel that it's only just that you are informed of what that may have been. My studies in monstrology with monster cores has come to a conclusion. Not a final conclusion, but a conclusion nonetheless. Something is changing the monsters in Erendipitus.
Oh.
Monster cores are not naturally occurring. And this creature exhibited symptoms of housing a monster core. Looks to you, Caius, noting that, seeming incredibly insightful, actually, looking to Caius and going, you saw it, didn't you? Confused, unaware of its surroundings, not acting of its own volition. You said it yourself.
Its eyes were misty and glazed over.
Monster cores. Monster cores are not what they seem. We don't know fully what they are. But whatever they are, they're dangerous. Looks to Mogs as they say this, and sort of nods to you and goes, take care, little one.
Oh,
Meet
Abigail,
me
it could have
in
been your
Sport.
brother. I'm so sorry.
All right, well, you know what? Listen, I've given you my warning. And it's at this point that he's going to help sort of like reassemble the caravan and bury the dead. And that is going to be where we end this session. Congratulations, everybody.
Oh my god.
This is the real final boss.
And we didn't even kill it.
I'm going to let you know that it has a health pool of 400. You had to do 200 damage to it in order to make it be bloodied. And part of the reason that this fight was possible is because of how much shit was happening around it that it could also focus on because of its confused nature. Had this been a straight fight between the four of you and this creature, it would not be fair. So keep that in mind if you encounter a creature like this again.
Like that sounds like a setup, and you know.
Wait.
Reason in particular.
Listen, you know, just keep an eye out if you run into it again.
In case you can. I mean, hypothetically, theoretically, if you were to.
Like it didn't just scamper off into the wild.
Well done.
Yeah,
Seriously.
maybe we won't let him go next time. Maybe we'll finish him off
I
Yeah,
feel
right.
like
with both hands.
with the possibility of the power that you guys may have at the moment that it occurs, man, I feel like half of me feels really good and half of me feels really bad about what happened to Harvey during that fight, because the first part, literally the first thing that Harvey did was like this insane 33 damage crit. 33 into the 200 damage that you needed to do was an insanely large chunk of damage. And then I think Mogs did 30 and then like 15, and it was nuts, crazy. But then you just got fucking squished for the rest of the fight.
Honestly, I don't blame the thing. He's like, well, I'll just keep you right here.
I'm not gonna lie to you. The shit Harvey pulled out his ass to make that deception save, I was like,
so
what the
good.
fuck?
Yeah, I rolled like 4
deception
different
check.
times for it.
That deception check unironically saved Harvey's life.
I was sweating for real, and I'm pretty sure, like, I don't know, I can hear it in Jinx.
No, she's laughing at something else.
No,
I know, he also managed to get the sneaky raid.
it was legit panic I heard over there.
Yeah, I was stressed. I was trying to figure out. I was like, okay, I know this is the shittier heal spell, but it's the one that lets me not have to touch you. Like, can I heal you? And then I got knocked down to 1 health. I was like, well, I guess we're both going to hell today, bud.